Armchair.
Well, the season's finally here, and the players hit.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturday, September 9th, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. You'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Brian Snow, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. It all begins September 9th right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback, the All-American man.
Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes, not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium, his record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. You would be Hubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine.
Armchair
presents the world's first star in your own radio commercial. Okay, guys, whenever you hear this sound, Insert your name.
Hi there.
Braves country.
Sorry I'm late. Sometimes there just aren't enough hours in the day to be a neurosurgeon and a swimwear model. Oh, am I thirsty? How about it?
Braves country.
Got anything tall and cool? Oh, those.
Braves country.
You are so thoughtful. But of course,
Braves country.
the first choice for every occasion. You know, I have a confession to make. If I ever had a son, I'd want to name him.
Braves country.
Oh,
Braves country.
come here. Now.
Braves country. Braves country. Braves country.
Well, you did very well in your first commercial.
Braves country.
Have a...
Braves country.
You've earned it.
Armchair.
Braves country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman The ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two." "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
Armchair.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
Armor Cokes?
Do you have any idea how important this is? We're trying to save the pub cup. Really? This is what you're doing? This is what you're doing?
Chief, what do you want to do tonight?
The same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world.
106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Armchair.
YouTube Live?
Radio station.
The radio station you can call your own. dislike about our station?
I like everything. It's always on my radio.
We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
You're listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We're here live weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key. And simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Your first choice for Southern sports. Good afternoon. I'm Mac Magee, and I don't know much, but I know one thing. God dog it, these early games get me in the weeds. How are you, JJ?
Armchair.
Community Access Channel.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man. With a cool one in his head. Yeah,
JJ, that is my bad.
Hello.
Muted because I didn't know if you knew we were on. How are you, sir?
I am ready to go. I am all ready to go. You know, we got the polo on, we got the old Wilmington Blue Rocks polo shirt on, and we also have the Phillies hat on today. So I'm all ready for baseball, man. The sun is shining out here in Voorhees, New Jersey. I know that we're playing in Atlanta, Georgia, but you know what? It's a beautiful day for baseball.
You're in Jersey?
Yes, I'm in Jersey. People say that I actually have an accent, and I guess I do. I don't really notice it, but yes.
All of us down here would say you have an accent. We basically say you don't talk right.
Really?
You don't talk right. What's wrong with you?
I love that. How you doing?
I'm in the weeds, as you can imagine, but I am ready for this game. The lineups are out, so we can go over that here in a second. Thankfully, they got them out a little earlier. Then sometimes, man, I'll tell you what.
Sometimes it's like last minute.
Oh, it sucks.
I don't like it.
I still don't have all my boards put together, but I'll do that as we go along here. But it looks like that it looks more of the same for the Phillies. The only difference that I see is that JT is not in the lineup. It's Stubbs and Cave is playing first because Harper's going to DH.
Right, and then you put Schwarber out in left field, and then Marsh slides over to center. So I'd say that defensively, yes, like it is different, but
it's much worse.
I do have to.
Saying it.
What were you saying? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
It's much worse defensively because anytime you put Kyle Schwarber in the mix, he's a great.
Yeah.
But the guy looks like me trying to play restaurant league softball.
I also feel like, JT, man, for some reason he does better on the road, and when he's not playing on the road and when he's at home, he doesn't do as well. So I would much rather get the better version out of JT, but that's just me,
Well,
but
you're not going to get a catcher play the day game after a night game this late in the season.
Yeah, I understand.
Now, come October, you probably will, but I'm talking about, like, what's the point? Y'all have sewn up a wild card spot. The last thing you want to do is go out there and have JT get injured.
Right. Yeah, I understand that philosophy, too. I get that philosophy.
If you remember that, JT was getting the hell knocked out of him.
Yeah, he was. And he deserves to have a day off. Like, I'm totally okay with it. I'm just saying that offensively, he does better when he's on the road than he does at home, and I don't know why that is. I just think that that's such an odd stat. But
why would that be?
I have no idea. I seriously don't know. I think that maybe it's just a coincidence. I don't think it has anything to do with the fans, or I don't think it has anything to do with his hitting mechanics or anything like that. But that's just me. I'm being skeptical. I have no idea. I think that if you were to ask him, he probably would just say the same exact thing, but I don't know. It is a little bit odd, but I will say this, okay? And of course, like we will get into the pitching in a little bit. This is a big, big day for Aaron Nola. This is Aaron Nola Day, and I am going to learn who Aaron Nola is after this outing right here, because I already have seen so much from him. And there are a lot of things that I had a lot of question marks about, like the runners in scoring position, the runners on base, and how he does allow a lot of runs. But if today he does a really good job, then that will make me feel a little bit more comfortable when the playoffs come.
Yeah, well, I think he is what he is this year, and no matter how you look at it, you talked about it last night, but he's going to be in the starting rotation. I don't think it's a situation where you think that, or at least maybe I'm misinterpreting it, but you don't believe that there's any way in hell he doesn't make the postseason roster, right?
He's definitely making it, like without a doubt.
I'll tell you who else is making the postseason roster. Jesse Chavez came back last game, but he's back, baby. Uncle Jesse, everybody's favorite uncle, is back, and he is a cult phenomenon. He's a cult hero. I can't explain it. He had a good year this year, great year this year before the injury, but even before that, people love him. He's just the glasses. It's the fact that he's in his late 30s. He's best
right.
Charlie Morton, like the whole 9 yards.
It is funny to me how the Phillies had Charlie Morton at one point, but
everybody has.
I think everybody has as well, because you look at the Pirates, you look at
Charlie Morton's like the lead, it's like the head cheerleader on prom night, man. Everybody.
Yes, that's a good way to put it.
I mean,
but
everybody's had a cup of coffee with Charlie.
See, the thing that I like about the Braves and that I admire is that they have a very good group, and I'm not saying that the Phillies that the Phillies don't have this at all, but they have a really good mix of young guys and veterans as well. They have a very good balanced team that I think can be a very tough out for sure in the playoffs. But going back to the whole Jesse Chavez thing, okay, maybe it's a small addition, but he could probably help out that bullpen, because the bullpen, I would say, has been one of the big weaknesses of the Braves. Like when you're looking under a microscope, like this is very like specific, nitpicky as it can possibly get. But the Braves bullpen, I think that they have some holes, and if there's some way that they can get better, I think Jesse Chavez, if he can go out there and give you like an inning or so, like in the 7th inning or 6th inning, I think that could probably help them.
Yeah,
he's in the playoffs.
What's odd about Jesse is if you saw him, like in other words, if you dial up your MLB The Show, nothing he does blows you away. But he hits the strike zone. He basically tries to make weak contact, and away we go. Also, and he started this year because of the pitch clock.
Yep.
If he gets in the game today, you'll see it. He works incredibly fast. It's literally, he gets the ball and throws it back, gets the ball and throws it back. He actually slowed it down from spring training. Spring training, I could barely catch my breath. The first time he came out of the pen in spring training, I was like, what the hell is he doing? He threw like 5 pitches in 20 seconds. You're like, what is going on here? He eventually slowed it down, but he works fast. And I think that works to his advantage, because the batter does not have time to sit there and go, all right, you just threw me this. What's he about? Wait a minute. What strike 2? What the hell's going on here? Time out. What the hell?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what I see from him more than anything else. He hits the zone. He works incredibly fast. Some of these younger guys could take a page out of his book.
Well, see, here's my question to you then. So, depending on how things go today with Bryce Elder, if he's pitching really well or if he's not pitching so well, do you think that Chavez will be pitching at some point today?
I think they would like to get him some work in, but look, they play 7 games this week. They have 4 with Washington starting tomorrow night, so
that's probably going to be
action.
Right.
The game was 9-3 last night, so I feel like there's a very good possibility we see him today, because we did use Minter, we did use Jimenez, so I could see him being the bridge. Let's say if the Braves have a late lead, or let's say they're just trailing by a run or two, or we'll say tied, then I think there's a very good chance that we see him. If it's a blowout, They may wait, or they may say, hey, this is a perfect time to get the rust off go.
Right.
Because they don't care anything about the Washington series per se. They're just trying to fine-tune the engine heading towards October. I'll tell you what, and they have got to fix this, Major League Baseball. The postseason schedule sucks.
Oh my gosh! Don't even get me started.
Why are we?
Don't even get me started. Oh my god!
Why are
Oh
we
my goodness!
On Sunday, and the teams with the best record have 6 days off before they play again.
Yes.
I mean, this is an everyday sport. I'm not saying this is my idea. You tell me if you love it or shove it.
Okay. Fire away.
You kind of have to have that Monday off because you kind of have to, because you don't. What if there's last minute someone gets into the playoffs? That could be a disaster, right?
Sure.
Unless you go ahead and in the ones that are already set, you say we're going to play some games on Monday and some on Tuesday. You could do that too. But anyways, my idea would be, let's say you get the Monday off. Tuesday, you play Tuesday night. And Wednesday is a doubleheader if needed. So you're going to play a day game. And then if there's a second game, you're going to play that doubleheader. And then you could have a day off on Thursday. You don't want to go up against NFL Thursday night. That's fine. But let's get the damn thing started by Friday. And let's go. Because there's two reasons.
That's interesting. That's very interesting.
You would have only a 4-day layoff per se for the last team, right? For the teams that got the bye. And they should have an advantage. B, the teams in the first round would have a disadvantage because, first of all, you want to try to win those first 2 games because the last thing you want to do is play a doubleheader, right? And C, the other thing would be, to me, going into, let's say if you had a doubleheader, then that team who plays Friday has a huge advantage, and rightfully so, because they've had the best season going into. Now, it's not going to destroy the team that gets to the second round because you can just go, you know what? Screw it. We're going to go bullpen game. We'll figure it out Saturday. You know what I mean? But to me, that's how you fix this because the way they got it now is trash.
It's an interesting philosophy for sure. But then the problem again becomes, and like the chances of this happening probably aren't so high, but if it's raining on Wednesday and you're playing at a ballpark that doesn't have a retractable roof
on Thursday and no off day.
Yeah.
It's baseball. Be a man.
Yeah. Well, I'm with you on it. I actually don't think it's a bad idea, and I can see like where you're coming from, but I also look at it from this perspective too, because okay, you're an opposing team, or sorry, you're a wild card team, and you're playing in the wild card series. Okay, you blow like what's a 5-0 lead in game 2. Okay, now you got to play a second game of a doubleheader. And not only that, but you just utilize somebody like 2 innings in your bullpen. So now you have to think to yourself, well, our season's on the line now, but we just use this guy for 2 innings. Do we use him again if he's our best pitcher?
But that's the whole point.
That's the whole strategy, which I think is interesting because that makes a big difference.
Because, okay, you're thinking it from the Phillies standpoint of we've had a crappy regular season. We want the advantage going into the playoffs. The nuts and bolts of it is this. Why in the hell should the Phillies get any advantage? Should the Cubs get any advantage over the Braves and the Dodgers who have had much better regular seasons?
Right.
You don't get that in the National Football League. You don't get that in any other sport, but they're literally giving them an advantage because they're leaving
But then here's a counter
day off.
But then here's a counter argument to that because, you brought up the point last night that Zach Wheeler is not going to be pitching in game 1 against Atlanta if the Phillies make it past the first round because he'll be pitching in game 1 of the NL Wildcard Series. So if Max Fried is considered to be your ace, right, and you still get the home field advantage, that technically is an advantage if you think about it because Fried gets more rest.
It is, but at the same token, the bats come out cold because you've had, we're talking about Sunday to Saturday. That's ridiculous.
Yes. Yeah. That is a 5-day. That's like a football rest. Yes. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Baseball is timing. Baseball is not, thank God we have the day, several days off to heal. Baseball is all about timing. And if not by bare minimum, they should be playing by Friday. What the hell are they doing taking Friday off? Oh, they don't want to upset Friday Night Lights. What are we talking about?
Yeah. Well, it's really an interesting thought. See, I thought you were going to bring up the fact that last year we had games that were on Fridays at like 2:00 in the afternoon, which I think is ridiculous.
Last year was different because remember you had the lockout and they started it late. So last year was different. So the regular season ended on a Wednesday. The postseason started on a Friday. This year is going to be quote unquote normal, but that doesn't mean that it's right.
Right.
Because what they're doing is they are taking Monday off and they're taking Friday off. They're playing the 3 games in between. And according to the schedule that I see, that the NLDS, ALDS start on Saturday. Why do you start this on Saturday up against college football? Why not start game 1 on Friday night? That's number one.
Who watches college football when you watch baseball every day? No, I'm kidding. I'm joking.
Honest opinion, folks who are good at it. New Jersey, fair enough.
Yes.
Ain't watching any damn college football. They'll suck. But,
that's right.
But when you're talking about Georgia Bulldogs, Alabama Crimson Tide, Florida State, Schools, the list goes on and on and on. They're watching college. Why go up against
Ohio State
juggernaut of a? In other words, my point is, there's nothing going on Friday night. It's a college football game. It sucks, right? It's some crap. Hawaii versus whatever. So why not start the thing on Friday? Because you could start a Friday afternoon quadruple header. Let's go. Let's get our weekend going early. Let's go ahead and start this. Because this isn't directed just at Philly, Atlanta, this series this year. I'm just saying in general. It's
just from
last year. The Braves came out cold. Of course, I think the Braves, a lot of it had to do with the ailments of their 2 starting pitchers. But they came out cold. The Dodgers came out cold. And though the Yankees and Astros moved on, if you remember, they both fought like hell to get through. The Astros, though they swept their series, scored very few runs. And the Yankees had to fight through with, I believe it was Cleveland. So that's
at the same time.
Just the logistics of it, it never makes sense to me why these leagues want to compete with stuff like college football when you can get game 1, let's get it going, rock and roll Friday, and then Saturday, you can kind of build it off of, all right, what's the big college football game today? All right, well, that's fine. We might put the Bobo game on during that, and the rest of the Major League Baseball slate will set it up differently.
We could have a whole conversation about this too, because obviously when you look at it from a marketing strategy as well, you're absolutely right. Because if they were to start on a Friday night, because there's no football, because there's no Thursday night football, because there's no college football, they're not really competing with anybody. So, viewership would go up and fan engagement would go up as well. So I look at it from that perspective too. If MLB wants to make money, which I mean, of course, like they're always about making revenue and, making more money. I think that would be a smart move for them as well. So, you bring up a really good point, and I think it's an interesting discussion to have for sure.
I think it's always important to look at the marketing aspect.
Yes.
Because it drives me nuts with a lot of things that all sports do. I'm not picking on baseball. All sports do this. They don't think about what else is going on, right?
Right.
Like, I hate the fact that the National Football League's doing a Black Friday game.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that either.
Because that was college football's day to have a couple of really cool rivalries. And you kind of eat your leftovers, and away you go, right? Now they're trying to build this up. Jets, Dolphins. Well, it's you know what? It is karma that what happened to Aaron Rodgers on the NFL side of it, because they wanted to build this whole thing up. Now that's a crap contest.
Yeah.
But last year, Black Friday, the night game, for those of y'all that do watch college football, Florida State, Florida was phenomenal. It was a shootout. But now the NFL goes sticking their elbows in there again. It's like, ugh, enough already. We don't need NFL 7 days a week.
Right. No, I see, and like, not to get like off topic, but like that's what Sundays are for, right? If Sundays are for football, then then that kind of defeats the whole purpose. I can understand.
Topic. Don't worry about that.
Yes.
Stay off topic.
Yeah.
Well, learn that about me.
But no, like I'm totally I can understand that for sure. But I do have a question though for you about the Braves today. Arcia has the day off. Nicky Lopez is able to get the start. Do you think that Lopez is going to have like a big role in the playoffs?
No, they're basically so he got a lot of reps at second when Ozzie was injured.
Right.
And they're just trying to get him more reps at short so that if something were to happen, Ozzie to Nicky to Matt is a double play that feels well, and it's not like, oh crap, here we go.
Right.
It's also day after night. They did this last week, I think it was, that they had started Nicky. It might have been the week before, but they're just trying to keep, because Nicky's going to be on the postseason roster. He is there for, obviously, if there's an injury, but also he's a heck of a base stealer. He's a very good glove. So if something were to happen to a guy, and the thing is about him, I didn't know anything about him before he came over. He gives you pretty good at bats. He has very tight stick. He's nothing that you're going to worry about. He's not going to go out there and go 3 for 4 with 2 bombs and look what I can. Yeah, no, that's not happening. But he will give you a good at bat, and so I don't mind it at all. My question for you is, before we have to jump off of here, why is Castellanos hitting 7th? It's strange. It's every game he's hitting 7th.
Because he's really been in the slump, and because he is swinging after pitches. I mean, you saw it last night. He's chasing after pitches that are outside the strike zone, and all that Spencer Strider did, almost every single pitch, there was probably only maybe one fastball that was thrown to Nick Castellanos all night. And it's those off-speed pitches, it's those sliders, the curveballs that he's just chasing after that's outside of the strike zone, and that's how they're getting out.
That's a magic sound that we got to jam. Real quick, give me a pick to click.
Yes. A pick to click. Oh, boy. As far as bets go?
Yeah, I'll give you mine real quick.
Go for it.
Austin Riley. Who you got?
Austin Riley. I'm going to say that my Moneyball person today is going to have to be Bryson Stott.
Okay. And final score, what's your prediction?
I'm going to say it's going to be, 7-6 Philadelphia.
Okay, I got the Braves winning. Bats usually suck during the daytime. Give me the Braves 5-2. 5-2. We'll be back in a flash, y'all. Get set for Braves Country Baseball.
On a beer? 7 o'clock in the morning. Scotch?
You can't drink like me, you can't smoke like me. So don't try and be like me. Let's party together.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary, and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season, and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have, and the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive, let's see it. One run is in. Here comes Braves. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves country.
We're down to one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose what stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red bellows bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball. Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. We are live, and the scene is Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia, where we're set to bring you pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off for the Philadelphia Phillies, it's Kyle Schwarber. Playing left field, 45 home runs, 99 RBI, a 198 average. Trey Turner, batting second, playing short, 26 home runs, 75 RBI, 28 stolen bases, batting 269. Bryce Harper, the designated hitter, 19 home runs, 66 RBI, 9 stolen bases, batting 290, batting third. The cleanup hitter today, Alec Boehm, playing third, 17 home runs, 91 RBI, 4 stolen bases, batting 277, and he still has not touched home plate. Bryson Stott, second baseman with 15 home runs, 59 RBI, 29 stolen bases, batting 283. Brandon Marsh is in center field with 10 home runs, 54 RBI, 9 stolen bases, batting 281. Nick Castellanos is in right field with 25 home runs, 96 RBI, 10 stolen bases, batting 271. And Cave is at first base, 5 home runs, 21 RBI, 3 stolen bases, batting 233. Stubbs is behind home plate with 8 RBI, 1 stolen base, batting 204. On the mound for the Philadelphia Phillies, it's Aaron Nola, who's 12-9 with a 4.62 ERA, a 1.18 whip, 181 innings pitched, 168 hits allowed, 186 strikeouts, 45 walks, 31 home runs given up. Bryce Elder is on the mound for your Atlanta Braves. He's 12-4 with a 3.5 ERA, 1.22 whip, 161 in the third innings, 150 hits allowed, 126 strikeouts, 54 walks, and 17 home runs given up. Leading off for your Atlanta Braves, it's Ronald Acuna Jr. in right field, 39 home runs, 100 RBI, 67 stolen bases, batting .338, the 2023 MLB MVP. Ozzie Albies batting second, playing second. 31 home runs, 98 RBI, 12 stolen bases, batting .268. Austin Riley batting third, playing third. 36 home runs, 90 RBI, 3 stolen bases, batting .277. Matt Olson batting cleanup with 52 home runs, which paces Major League Baseball. 130 RBI, which leads Major League Baseball. 1 stolen base and a .279 average. The designated hitter is Marcell Ozuna. 35 home runs, 85 RBI, a .269 average. Eddie Rosario is in left field. 21 home runs, 72 RBI, 3 stolen bases, batting .261. Sean Murphy is behind home plate with 20 home runs, 67 RBI, a .262 average. And Michael Harris II is patrolling center field for your Atlanta Braves. 18 home runs, 53 RBI, 20 stolen bases, batting .292. Nicky Lopez is at shortstop today and batting ninth, giving Orlando Arcia the afternoon off. He has 1 home run, 24 RBI, 5 stolen bases, batting .230 through 213 at-bats. Calling balls and strikes behind home plate, it's Andy Fletcher. Eric Backus is on the first base bag. Laz Diaz is manning second, and down the third base line, it's Mike Estabrook. Atlanta Braves come in 97-54, 48-26 at home. Philadelphia 82-69, 39-38 on the road. Game time temperatures are expected in the 70s, creeping up into the high 70s, low 80s by the end of the game. Atlanta Braves are minus 140 on the money line. The over-under is 9.5. This is the final regular season game between your Atlanta Braves and the Philadelphia Phillies. The 13th game of the season between these two. The Atlanta Braves have won 8, Philadelphia 4. This is the rubber match of this 3-game set in Atlanta. Well, it's about that time. Grab you a cold one. Find you an armchair. It's Braves-Phillies, the rubber match here in hot Atlanta. Blooper versus the Fanatic. Let's go, Braves country. Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? You are listening live, and we are here in hot Atlanta, Georgia. Truist Park, as the Atlanta Braves are set to take on the Philadelphia Phillies. And my co-host, Mr. JJ, is on the mic.
What's poppin'?
Offense. I'll be on the mic for the Braves offense. We'll do double duty as far as doing color commentary. How are you, JJ?
I'm ready, man. I'm ready for some afternoon delight, and not from Anchorman, but MLB afternoon delight. So
hopefully we get
I'm ready.
3 today, right?
Oh boy, I not so fast, not so fast.
Come on, I can see Aaron Nola putting a hanger up there and a hanger and a banger over the wall. Let's go.
Oh, do you have to be realistic? Can I just fantasize for once?
He hasn't hit one out yet, man. Let's go. He's due. He's in a slump. It's been a couple.
Yeah, he is. He definitely is for sure. And look, we didn't really talk too much about Bryce Elder, but this is. You said last night that this is going to be a really big outing for him.
Yes, mainly because, look, I looked at his numbers. We'll go over that as the game goes on, but he's got pretty good numbers of the few Phillies that have seen him. But my biggest concern is he's not a swing and miss guy like the way Strider is, and
right.
The Phillies have a veteran lineup. It's the one thing that I wish these Braves batters were a little more seasoned, but I wouldn't take their talent away. So it's kind of a hard, thing to pick apart. But the Phillies batters, I mean, they're loaded with veterans, and they're tough outs up and down the lineup.
Right. Yeah, no, they are for sure. I do want to just take a minute and just recognize everybody in the chat. I just wanted to say hi to Reeferman. Hi, what's going on, Isaac? Super Coupe Driver. Steeler fan, a.k.a. AJ. Chris Calloway's here. Mitchkovsky, my brother. Shout out to Mitchkovsky and shout out to MK. Thank you all so much for being here. Last night was a lot of fun, and I'm looking forward to today for sure as well. But how about you?
I am ready. It looks like they're just about ready as well, as the Braves will be in their home whites, Philly with the red tops and the white bottoms.
The first pitch underway. First pitch underway, and that's way outside for a ball. So Schwarber and the Phillies are wearing their red away uniforms with the red letters on the front, as the 1-0 is off the plate for ball 2. And then you also have the red letters and the white numbers, the white letters and the white numbers on the back. The 2-0 pitch, that's low for ball 3. Braves, well, they're in their home uniforms. They're a home Thursday or Wednesday afternoon uniforms with the white
whites.
Yes, the classic whites. That I was looking for the right word. The 2-0 pitch that's inside for a ball. So 3 balls, no strikes, or 3 balls, 1 strike, excuse me. And the pitch way up high for ball 4. So a leadoff walk by Kyle Schwarber, and pretty much what you're going to get from Schwarber, most likely 30% of the time, is just a walk, a strikeout, or a home run. But he was able to get a walk.
He's very Barry Bonds-like in that way. Barry Bonds hit for a higher average, but then again, Schwarber doesn't appear to be on roids, so there you go.
And here comes a guy in Trey Turner who, throughout the month of September, has 7 homers, 23 hits, 15 RBI, and 16 runs scored. He's just been red hot. Infield playing him the pole. The first pitch, he takes a slider at the knees for a called strike. He's batting .269 with 26 homers, 75 RBI. Was able to get a hit in yesterday's game and also steal a base, so he continues to be perfect on the base paths. The 0-1 swing and a miss. So the count is now 0-2. It's a beautiful afternoon there. Pretty cloudy. No balls and 2 strikes.
Don't mind me. I'm fixing the cameras for us.
Oh, no, you're good. The 0-2 on the way. Turner will lay that one off. So he lays off a slider at 85. On deck is Bryce Harper, who's going to DH today. Over at first is Jake Cave. The 1-2 on the way by Elder. Turner just lays that one off. It was way up high. Sometimes with Trey, you don't know if he's going to chase after a pitch or if he's just going to hold his swing, and you kind of have to just hold your breath. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Elder gets set at the belt, kicks, fires the pitch way inside for ball 3. Almost got away from Murphy, but he was just able to keep it out in front of him. And Schwarber, who does not really have a whole lot of speed on the bases, probably would have just stayed put regardless. So the count is full. We're in the top of the first. Schwarber is on over at first base. Elder comes set at the belt, winds up, delivers the pitch inside and high, so back-to-back walks allowed by Bryce Elder. Not the best start from him, but the Phillies are able to get 2 runners on. So now Bryce Harper will be stepping up into the batter's box. And if there's anything that you've learned from Bryce Elder so far, if you're Bryce Harper, got to be patient at the plate. And he's somebody that does a pretty good job with his plate discipline. And when he gets a hold of one, too, like he did last night against Spencer Strider in that 6th inning, it can go a long, long ways.
All right, sorry for leaving you hanging there. I had to try to get
you're good. No, I totally understand. Trust me, I've been there before.
He is just absolutely, nibbling. He's not being aggressive, and this is the kind of stuff that I worry about Bryce Elder in the postseason. So I really want to see Kyle Wright turn it around and get on track, because Elder is just not it in the postseason.
The first pitch, ground ball hit over to shortstop, and it's going to be a 6-3 double play. Is taking it all the way to the bag is Lopez, and he threw it over to first, and that's not really Bryce Harper-esque. But he went after the first pitch. It was down the middle.
Good play by Nicky. He charged the ball, stepped on the bag, and fired it over to first. So I like the aggressive play by Nicky, not waiting for Ozzie to come over. He had the perfect play and a good ground ball induced. So, you can't take that away from Elder. You can't say that was luck or anything like that. Like, that was a design pitch to get Harper to hit the top of the ball.
First pitch to Bohm, that's inside and low for a ball. Alec hitting 277. He has 17 homers, 91 RBI, and a 433 slugging percentage as well. There's 2 outs, a runner at third. The 1-0 delivery, it's popped up. It's skied right behind the plate, but it'll find the seats just barely. Goes into the first row.
And that looked like a nightmare to chase after that with that sun in the sky like that.
Oh,
it looks
boy.
like it's a little hazy in Atlanta,
Yes.
so we don't have a high sky, but still the sun could be a factor. I was looking at the projections for the weather for today, so it's supposed to stay clear, but the clouds will move in and out. So keep an eye on that because that could be an issue.
It certainly could come into play for sure. 1 ball, 1 strike, and the pitch. Swinging a line drive into left field for a base hit, and the Phillies are going to strike first as Schwarber comes in to score, and it's 1-0 Philadelphia, and now Bohm is 2 for 4 lifetime against Bryce Elder, as he was able to get his second hit against him, and it's an RBI single.
That pitch just got way too much of the plate. I think he was aiming for the sinker down and in. It's one of his favorite pitches to go for a right-hander to try to get him to bang it to third, but he got way too much of the plate. No chance for Nicky to make that play.
So the Phillies are on top 1-0, and Bryson Stott is coming up to the plate. He has his long sleeve shirt on underneath the jersey, and the first pitch is outside for a ball.
What's going on there, dude? It's like hotter than hell in Atlanta. He's got. Now he's having a long sleeve shirt.
Oh, it's a
RoboCop thing on his arm.
I think it's an elbow. Yeah, that's what I think it is. Okay, now I see it. He's never worn that before.
The RoboCop thing that he's wearing.
There we go. Okay, that makes sense. The 1-0 pitch that's fouled off just barely as it goes out of play, and I guess Stott needs a new bat after that. Did he break his bat?
It looks like it's splintered.
Oh, that's weird.
So, I think I've mentioned this before, but I keep a few different monitors going, so I kind of get the look of the Atlanta and the Philly side of it,
right?
And then I always have one that's delayed intentionally. So if we miss something and go back and look at it, so if you ever if you miss something, just holler out at me.
I got you. That's the blessing about doing this.
I should send you a pic sometime of my studio from my view of it. You'd be like,
do it.
Crap.
The 1-1 pitch. That's low for ball 2. You should do it because I do this from my bedroom. You know, so like I have my desk and everything because I'm still in my parents' house, and I'm really fortunate about that for sure.
Loser.
That's funny.
Do it until they force you out.
Yes, exactly.
Trust me, I didn't do that. That was a bad decision on my part.
The 2-1 that's up high for ball 3.
I mean, make your dad come at you at gunpoint. I say go.
Nah, you have to. You have to take a chance on yourself. 3 balls, 1 strike, and the next pitch that's low for ball 4. So that's the third walk allowed by Bryce Elder in this inning.
He's doing Bryce Elder type things. Some of it I think is game planning. Some of it I believe that they tell him, but I really think he is the most when Bryce Elder is pitching at his highest level. Remember, he was an all-star this year.
Yep.
It's when he is aggressive in the strike zone early on and getting out in front of hitters because then they have to take a swing at that sinker.
The first pitch to Marsh that swung on and missed on a slider that was in the dirt. Yeah, sometimes it just does go back to that, and you want to make sure that your pitcher's in the best position as possible. The 0-1 that's blocked in the dirt, and it almost gets away from Sean Murphy, but the count is 1-1. So there's runners over at first and second. Bohm is at second. He got on with an RBI single. And then over at first is Bryson Stott. He walked. So 1 ball, 1 strike. There's 2 outs. We're only in the top of the first. 22 pitches for Elder so far. And the 1-1 delivery, swing and a miss. That was a high fastball just above the zone. That was a pretty good pitch by Elder.
I feel like whatever Michael Lorenzen was drinking last night. They gave it to Elder.
Well, I was gonna say Michael Lorenzen. I don't think was a former Brave though. The 1-2 that's in the dirt for ball 2. But I mean, I guess you're right. You know, maybe just passing by. You know, like.
Stay tuned.
It's possible. That could be a soap opera. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Marsh hitting .261 with 2 outs and with runners in scoring position. Lots of 2s on the board. 2 outs, 2 runners on. The 2-2 pitch. Ground ball hit back up the middle. Nice play by Lopez, and he throws over to first, and it's in time. He was playing him up the middle and just threw it on the run over to first, and the inning is over. However, the Phillies do strike first, and they get on the board on an RBI single by Alec Bohm.
We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
He doesn't know when he's being mean because the part of his brain that should know is getting a wedgie from the rest of his brain.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. While warming up for a game in 1983, Yankees player Dave Winfield accidentally hit a bird with a ball. After the game, he was actually taken to a local police station and charged with animal cruelty. Fortunately for Winfield, charges were quickly dropped. In 1970, the Cardinals signed a catcher out of high school named Randy Poffo. He played in the minors for the Cardinals and the Reds for 4 years before quitting baseball. He instead pursued professional wrestling, where he became the legendary Macho Man Randy Savage.
G'day. Hi, it's Dean, calling from Cyprus.
Buongiorno, Dino.
My mate wants me to rub sun cream on his back.
Holy dooly.
A delicate matter, but a burnt wingman is useless.
So there are rules.
Okay.
Only put cream where he can't reach. Between his shoulder blades.
The safe zone.
Like anything else?
Whack it on thick, mate. Last thing you want to do is a second coach.
And remember, Dino, the following things are not permitted.
Eye contact.
Scented candles.
Power balance.
And do not apply if he's wearing budgie smugglers.
Are we all clear?
Crystal. Cheers, fellas.
No dramas.
Armchair.
Sale to a major league team seemed only weeks away, a sure sign of the success with which he hoped to win his father's favor. Then Cobb got a telegram. His father was dead, shotgunned. Cobb's own mother had shot him. Her husband thought she was having an affair, and when he tried to slip into her bedroom window at night to trap her with her lover, she shot him twice. Later, she said, she had mistaken him for a prowler. My father had his head blown off when I was 18 years old by a member of my own family, Cobb told a writer when he was an old man. I didn't get over that. I've never gotten over it. 3 weeks after...
Get this bus moving.
Stop. Come back.
Too late.
Roll call! Yeah, roll call!
You're in Braves country.
Welcome back. Time for a roll call. Going to give a shout out to everyone I see in both chats. Good morning, good afternoon, depending on where you're at. Isaac, Pitts, of War or War of. Good afternoon, Jeremy, Diane, Sean. First pitch on the way from Aaron Nola to Ronald Acuna Jr. is high and inside for a ball. It's 1-0. I think I got Diane and Jeremy in there. Chris, Sean, Frank, Rebel, Reefer, the 1-0 pitch. Swung on. That ball is hammered into left field right at Schwarber. He makes the catch, and there's one away. And I think we got a couple more left. Damian, Mitch, and if we missed anybody, just I think I see Jacqueline and DJ.
Beagle Lover. Beagle Lover, too.
There might be a new one. I had to scroll up. Beagle Lover, Sean, good afternoon, y'all. Welcome in. Tim, good seeing you. The first pitch on the way to Ozzy Albies is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0.
Yeah, the first pitch that Acuna was able to hit out of left field, he hit it really sharply, but it was just right at Kyle Schwarber.
Yeah, he smoked that ball. Acuna coming into today, 326 average against Nola, the 4 home runs. The 1-0 pitch to Ozzy swung on, pop back foul. It's 1-1. Ozzy Albies, by the way, 14 of 56 lifetime versus Nola. 250, no home runs, 2 RBIs, and 10 strikeouts. The 1-1 pitch swung on and just taps that off the plate. We'll do it again. It's 1-2.
Yeah, Aaron Nola, his last outing, he went 4 2/3 against the St. Louis Cardinals. He gave up 2 earned runs, 3 runs, 7 hits, and only had 1 strikeout.
The pitch on the way is high and out of the zone, 94 miles an hour, 2-2. So a 2-2 count to Ozzie Albies. Bottom of the first inning, Philly leads at 1-0 if you're just joining us. RBI single by Bohm to score Schwarber in the top of the first, the 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Chase the knuckle curve on the outer edge, and there's 2 away.
That was a pretty good pitch thrown by Nola. I liked how he went with the knuckle curve there, and it seemed like that it had a lot of life to it, and he was able to get Ozzie Albies to chase after it.
I believe I got Diane earlier, but good afternoon, and Balefire, welcome in. So that'll bring Austin Riley to the plate. He was my pick to click, mainly because he's hitting .412 lifetime and 51 at-bats against Nola. The first pitch on the way, swung on, rifled foul off of Stubbs, the hind catcher, smacks his mask. Appears to be okay. It's 0-1.
I think he's getting a little taste of what JT had yesterday.
What did we do to you? You won the division.
Exactly.
Austin Riley, 21 of 51 lifetime versus Nola with 5 home runs, 9 RBIs, 13 strikeouts. That's why I went with. Now that will say, as good as a pitcher as Nola has been over his career, means it's bound to level out. But I went with my instincts here and said, hopefully not today.
Yeah.
The 0-1 pitch, kicks and deals, and knuckle curve right there for a strike, bent just in on the inner part of the plate, and there's an 0-2 count. The 0-2 pitch, Nola lets her fly. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Aaron Nola dealing so far. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
There's a somebody out there for everybody. And the person for you is a psychiatrist.
Larry Bird never had a bad season. 3-time MVP consecutively. Only player in NBA history to do that. Only small forward to average 10 rebounds for his career. He's the only one. No flaws in his game. His peak was incredible. 24, 10, and 6 are his career averages on damn near 50, 40, 90 shooting splits. So not only was Larry a great scorer, but he was also a great facilitator, great passer, solid defender, and he was a hell of a rebounder. No flaws in his game.
Now, if you want to crown them, but they are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook.
Comiskey's first baseman, Chick Gandil, a former hobo and one-time club fighter, was tired of it. He was nearing the end of his career and wanted one shot at some really big money. For the right money, Gandil let it be known, he would be willing to talk some of his teammates into throwing the series. There was nothing new in working closely with gamblers to throw games. Many players supplemented their incomes that way. The brilliant infielder Hal Chase had made something of a career of it. But throwing the World Series was something else again. Still, Gandil was determined. And now the right money was found. An ex-boxer, Abe Attell, and Sleepy Bill Burns, a one-time White Sox pitcher, served as go-between. But behind it all was New York's most notorious gambler, Arnold Rothstein, who was said to be willing to bet on anything except the weather, because there was no way he could fix that.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country.
Well, welcome back as we go to the top of the second inning, and here comes Nick Castellanos. He takes that one a little bit low for a ball. Sometimes, I get a little confused because I don't know if I got you to the mic or
well, I'm trying to
remember
remember to let you lead us in at the on the Philadelphia innings. I looked over and I saw your head was down. I was about to speak, but I just don't want to speak over you. So I was like, man, he didn't have a stroke, did he?
No, I always try to be cognizant of stuff. So, the 2-0 pitch that's in there for a called strike. Sometimes, even when I was at Rowan and I and I was producing, and I was doing like the post game show. Like the studio host would always be like, as the 2-1 pitch is swung on and missed. Sometimes the studio host would just be like, Jason, are you ready? Because like I'm like looking at my phone, but then like I'm talking into the mic, and I'm just like, yep, you're back. We're back. So 2 balls, 2 strikes to Nick Castellanos, who's hitting .271 on the season.
Usually the cue on Braves country as we come out of the breaks is you'll hear the tomahawk chop in some
There's a pitch that's hit out to deep left center field. That's going back to the track to the wall, and that's gone.
Good night.
Man, that man was just the guy that just caught that. First of all, was holding a baby in his left hand, and he just barehanded it and caught that home run as it went 432 feet for Nick Castellanos. I don't know what was more impressive, the home run or the catch.
Where's the baby? Because I looked up a second ago to check what you were talking about, and all I saw was the guy celebrating.
Well, let's see. All right, on the replay.
He didn't pull an MJ, did he? He wasn't
Watch.
dangling over the edge, was he?
Look at this. He's holding the baby, and he just catches it with the right hand barehanded. That's impressive.
I'll tell you what else is good about that is it looks like possibly his older daughter is sitting next to him. If he doesn't catch that ball, that might have snapped.
That's an embarrassment because that's all over social media now. The 1-0 pitch, there's a fly ball. It's hit out to center field. This time it's not as deep, and Harris is there to catch the can of corn.
Yeah, they
Oh, he threw the ball back. He threw it back on the field. Huh.
He's probably he's a Braves fan.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I'm keeping that just because of the story. You know what I mean? Later on, that little girl grows up. Dad, what's this baseball? You got to see this video. Come here.
Yeah.
It's going to be like, Dad, where's the ball at? Oh, I was an idiot. I threw it back.
First pitch to Stubbs. That's slow for a ball. Yeah, I've never seen that before. That's awesome. The 1-0 pitch, that's in there for a strike on the upper third of the zone. And, going back to the home run, that was a really good swing by Castellanos, too. He definitely was due. And
the best part of
got a hold of it
is that he didn't have a glove on.
The 1-1, that's flied out to left field and making the catch over there out in left field for out number 2 is Eddie Rosario.
There's nothing worse than a grown man taking a baseball glove to the park.
Yeah. Well, and the fact that he was holding a baby, like that's
What's the cutoff? I'll tell you what, I would have given him a pass because he had a baby in his arm, and I'd be like, you know what, you might be out there just defending the baby.
Right.
But I feel like the cutoff, if you're past like the age of 11 or 12, you shouldn't be bringing catch it with your bare hands or get out of the way.
Right. Yes. I'm with you on that. First pitch to Schwarber, that's low for a ball. So Kyle Washington, the first, also scored a run. He's looking to get his 100th RBI. The 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss on a slider that was low and out of the zone. So the Phillies have already scored in both of their innings so far. Alec Bohm had an RBI single in the top of the first. And Nick Castellanos had a solo home run here in the top of the second. The 1-1 on the way, swing and a miss. That time he goes with a changeup. Haven't really seen the changeup too much today from Bryce, but when he throws it and he's able to locate it, it can be tough as a hitter.
Yeah, he what he lives on is that sinker and taking it in and out of the zone, and then on the righties he tries to get them to chase the slider.
So 1-2 on the way. That's outside for ball 2.
But I will say his slider's it looks a lot like a changeup because it doesn't have the traditional bite, but they refer to it as a slider. So take that with what you want.
Right. Yeah. The 2-2 pitch, swinging the fly ball. That's it out to right field. That's going back towards the track, and Acuna just has enough room, and he makes the catch. And that was impressive, too, because that pitch actually jammed Schwarber, and the fact that he was able to hit it that far, that's pretty impressive as well. The Phillies do get another run, though, on a solo homer by Nick Castellanos, and they lead it 2-0 as we go to the bottom of the second here in Atlanta.
The Braves in 1976, a season in which they finished last in the National League West. At one point, they were so bad they lost 13 consecutive games. But this didn't faze Turner, who had high hopes for the 1977 season. Unfortunately, reality set in, and shortly after the start of the season, the Braves found themselves in a 16-game losing streak. So how is Ted Turner going to turn around a team that was headed further and further down the standings? He took matters into his own hands, literally. He told the press that Braves manager Dave Bristol was on a scouting trip, and he would be taking over managerial duties on May 11th, a day when the Braves were facing off against the Pirates. It went about as well as you think it would. Not knowing any of the signs, he had to sit next to coaches and tell them what signs to relay to players. The Braves wound up losing the game 2-1 for their 17th straight loss, putting them 8-22 in the season. Turner's goal was to be in the trenches to get to the bottom of what was wrong with his struggling team. The next day, Turner received a letter from National League President Chub Feeney telling him that his first game as manager would be his last, but why? According to Rule 20E, no manager or player on a club shall directly or indirectly own stock or any other proprietary interest or have any financial interest in the club by which the manager or player is employed except under an agreement approved by the commissioner. With Turner out and Bristol on his trip, another Braves coach, Vern Benson, took over managerial duties for the next game and ended the Braves' losing streak with a 6-1 victory over the Pirates.
With the help of several would-be owners, Ward and the Brotherhood started a rival league, the Players League. At first, the new league did well. 56 top players defected to its teams and brought their fans with them.
I am for war without quarter. I want to fight until one of us drops dead. From this point on, it will simply be a case of dog eat dog, and the dog with the bulldog tendencies will live the longest. Albert Goodwill Spaulding.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Aaron Nola goes to work. Right-hander versus Matt Olson. First pitch on the way, 93 miles an hour. Chased it off the edge, swing and a miss. It's 0-1.
Nola against the Braves in 32 games. He's 15-10 with a 3.41 ERA. Opponents are actually hitting .230 against him, and he has 195 strikeouts, oh, by the way.
The 0-1 pitch, swing, and pops it up back foul. It's 0-2. Matt Olson, by the way, he's one of the few guys in the Braves lineup who really has not hit him well. He's 4 of 19 lifetime versus Nola coming into the game, a 2.11 average. He does have a home run, though. The 0-2 as Nola comes set and kicks and deals. High, 94 up top. It's 1-2.
I do have to ask you, when the Braves weren't able to re-sign Freddie Freeman and they ended up getting Matt Olson, what was your initial reaction?
Hold on 1 second. The 1-2 pitch.
Go for it.
Curveball misses 2-2. I could read the tea leaves at the time. I know a lot of folks thought that we were going to get Freddie back. When we came out of the holdout and you knew. In fact, we were doing a live show when that news broke, by the way. The 2-2 pitch, swung on, grounded over to second. Stotts got it, flips it over to first to Cave, a 4-3 put out, and there's one away. So we were doing a live show on WQEE that day when the news broke that essentially told you that Freddie was officially gone. My first reaction was I hated giving up William Contreras because I liked him as a hitter. But I understood. I'm sorry, that was the other trade. The Olson trade is what you were asking about, right?
Yeah,
Not the perfect trade. Sorry,
I was talking about the Olson. Yeah.
First pitch on the way to Ozuna is down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. The Olson trade, when that news broke, we were on the air as well, and I had kind of figured we weren't coming back, and my thing was. As the 1-0 pitch, curveball right there for a strike, it's 1-1. I yelled out a big hell yeah, because my fear was he was signing with the Dodgers and we were waiting it out. Because if you remember at the time, the Yankees were rumored into getting Olson.
Yep, I remember that.
And I just felt like we were sitting on our hands waiting on as the 1-1 pitch misses down and away, called for a low strike by Andy Fletcher, but that's the name of his game. It's 1-2. Andy Fletcher, not one of the better balls and strike guys. If you check his scorecard, he normally calls games very suspiciously north and south. Usually pretty decent east and west, but his north and south calls are usually pretty up and down, literally. The 1-2 pitch, swung on, scalded over to Short, a one hopper into the glove of Turner, 6-3 put out, and there's 2 away.
It was an interesting play by Turner, too, because the ball was hit really sharply, and Turner did a good job of just making the nice read and just throwing a strike over to first base as well. So, and Nola, so far, I don't want to jinx it, but so far, so
He's
good.
got a no-hitter going. He's got a perfect game going. Let's jinx it. Eddie Rosario comes to the plate with a perfect game on the line. The first pitch on the way.
Ooh.
Curveball just grabs the outer edge. It's 0-1.
Man, see, going back to the whole Andy Fletcher thing, like, it's just, they have to draw a fine line.
He's too young to suck this bad. That's what I'll say about him. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Over the top, it's 0-2. You get the older umps, they're missing it. I'm like, he's probably losing it a little. Andy Fletcher's a pretty young guy, man. Like, he shouldn't be blowing these calls. The 0-2 pitch, swung on, tap foul off the plate. We'll do it again. But I am ready for the robot umps. Once again, the umpire union is not going to allow them not to have an umpire back there. So it's going to be a combination of, this is a strike, call it how you may, but this is a strike, and then you'll have to answer for it later. The 0-2 to Eddie, swung on, chased that one down and away, but stayed alive. Foul ball. We'll do it again at 0-2.
But also, like, the thing that people like tend to forget is that, like, if you have a bad call, like in football or in basketball, like, that's one thing, but like a bad call for an at bat, that changes the whole entire scenario.
The 0-2 pitch to Eddie, swing and a miss, strike 3. So Aaron Nola's got a perfect game going. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
What happened to you? She tried to kill me. What did she do? I don't know, but I woke up in the Hudson River in a sack.
Today we are discussing the career of George Brett. He is most known for the Pine Tar game that occurred on July 24th, 1983. He twice collected 4 hits in a postseason game. Even more impressive, he batted .370 in the World Series against the St. Louis Cardinals. This included his Game 7 4-for-5 performance. Overall, in the postseason, he batted .337 with a 1.023 OPS in 43 games. In 1980, he nearly became the first player to hit 400 since Ted Williams in 1941. On September 19th, with 13 games left, he went 2 for 4, raising his average to exactly 400. He won the American League MVP award in 1980. He finished with a 300 or better average in 11 of his 21 seasons. Over his 21-year career, he batted .305 with 317 home runs and 1,596 RBI. He had 3,154 hits and had a career WAR of 88.6. He was a 13-time All-Star, won 1 Gold Glove, and won 6 Silver Sluggers. He was elected to the Baseball Hall of Fame in 1999 with 98.2% of the vote.
It certainly was a kind of have and have not thing. The baseball players were very expendable. If you got hurt, you were gone. There was no pension or anything else like that. And they saw people making money hand over fist. The owners, in Comiskey's case, he owned the ballpark. He bottled his own soda in the basement. He was making a nickel on everything that went, that moved in that ballpark. And there they were. They were nicknamed the Black Sox even before they threw the World Series because one year he started charging them for laundering their uniforms. And they went on strike by saying, okay, then we won't launder them. And they got dirtier and dirtier and dirtier until the sports writers called them the Black Sox. And then, in fact, Comiskey said, okay, I'll launder your uniforms. And then he took it out of their World Series bonus.
Welcome back to the top of the 3rd inning. I'm Jason Joseph. This is Braves Country as well. Doing a little collab for the 2nd day in a row. First pitch that's swung on and missed for a strike to Trey Turner. So Elder back out there on the mound has 41 pitches and the 0-1 that's in the dirt for ball 1. I do have to say, I was looking at Twitter and John Clark from NBC Sports Philly posted a picture about 14 hours ago, and Pink, the singer, was performing at Citizens Bank Park. As the 1-1 is grounded hit over to third, Riley has it, flips it over to first, and there's one away. And she was wearing a Phillies jersey. Now, I couldn't tell which Phillies jersey it was, but she's from Doylestown, Pennsylvania. And I thought that was pretty cool. So there's one away. Pink. She had a concert at Citizens Bank Park.
God, I thought you were talking about a good artist. Thank God. Okay.
Oh, you don't like Pink? The first pitch, that's back up the middle, and Harper will ground out over to shortstop.
Pink isn't really Braves country kind of music. That's what we'll just put it that way. I don't think he's mastered the steel guitar, so no, I will say no.
Really? Wow. That's interesting. I like how we have like our differences.
Man, I'm not Pink. I'm not Taylor Swift. No.
Really? Oh man, I'm a big Swiftie. I have to tell you that. 2 outs.
You would get alive.
What'd you say? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I said you would get eaten alive in Braves country.
I'm sure I would. I definitely would, but
come on.
First pitch that's in there for a strike. To Bohm, and the 0-1 pitch, swinging a miss on a slider at 84 miles per hour.
Female artist. Give me Miranda Lambert in today's music. Miranda. I mean, nobody can touch Dolly Parton.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. I love Dolly. Yeah.
Greatest.
No balls, 2 strikes.
Arguably the greatest songwriter ever.
Yeah, no, for sure. The 0-2 pitch, that's down low and outside for a ball. Have you been to any concerts?
Oh yeah, man. I lived in Music City for a long time. So yeah, that's Nashville, Tennessee. I lived there for a long time. I've been many a concerts. I saw
1-2 that's off the plate for ball 2.
I was lucky enough to be around during the heyday of the metal bands.
The 2-2 on the way, swinging a ground ball off the foot and over to second base to Ozzie Albies, and the throw over to first is in time. That actually bounced off the foot of Bryce Elder, and Albies did a good job at just reading it, and he just was able to throw it over to first. So a 1-2-3 inning, and we go to the bottom of the third. Phillies still lead it 2-0 in Atlanta.
Shut up, Frank! Shut up! Let's go! Christ, I've been sitting here for 9 innings with you! That's the best team in the National League! Oh, they lose 1 game! They won! They lost 5 out of last 6! They're falling apart! The Braves never lose!
Armchair.
1 pitch away from a pitcher's absolute nirvana. A perfect game. Dennis Martinez ready, and the 1-2 pitch popped in the air to center field. Going deep on it is Marcus Grissom. He's got it on the track. Dennis Martinez being mobbed by his teammates on this 28th of July, 1991. Dennis Martinez has reached the ultimate, a perfect game against the Los Angeles Dodgers. Nothing scratchy, nothing fluky. It was a masterpiece.
The proposition to throw the World Series was first brought to me in New York City in front of the Ansonia Hotel. Chick Gandil came to me and said he wanted a conference. He asked me if anybody had approached me on the 1919 World Series with the purpose of fixing. I told him not yet. He asked me if it was fixed, would I be willing to get in and go through with it. I told him I would refuse to answer. Right then, Lefty Williams.
Gandil recruited 6 teammates. Pitcher Claude Lefty Williams. Outfielder Oscar Happy Felch. Third baseman Buck Weaver. Shortstop Swede Risberg. Right-handed pitcher Eddie Cicotti. And the idol of schoolboys all over the Midwest, Joseph Jefferson Jackson.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves trail 2-0. Sean Murphy will try to break up Nola's perfect game. The first pitch on the way. Fastball at the knees. It's 0-1.
So going back to this whole music conversation, because I'm curious, are you a rock or what would you say is like your genre?
Outlaw country, and then I grew up on a lot of rock as well. The 0-1 pitch right there at the knees, it's 0-2. So
that's interesting.
The Highwayman. I was more always into the lyrics than I was. I know a lot of people get into to the music side of it, the guitar side of it, the 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Murphy down on strikes. But I was always more into the lyrics, so I was always into the songwriting part of it.
Oh, by the way, too,
that really always splits people as far as music goes, because if you're into the sound, you usually drift towards one genre. If you're into the lyrics, you usually drift towards another genre.
That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, I guess you're right. Like when you really do think about it.
The 0-1 pitch on the way to Harris is just misses outside. It's 1-0. So I was, along with doing going to school and whatnot, I worked in the restaurant bar business in Nashville, and I saw them all and met them all. The 1-0 pitch swung on and fouled back down the line. It's 1-1. And to a person, I can tell you this, pretty much 95% of the time, the nicest people in the business were the country music stars. So you started listening to their music because they were just better people.
Right.
The 1-1 swung on, popped up, fouled back out of play. It's 1-2. So
also
all music is made in Nashville. The biggest misconception is that it's just a country music town. It's all music is made there. You run into all of them, and you start realizing, all right, I'm not saying all of them, but most of the country music stars are pretty good people. The 1-1 pitch or 1-2 pitch off the plate wide, it's 2-2.
Aaronola today has been doing a really good job so far. 4 strikeouts, and he's retired all 7 batters.
The 2-2 pitch swung on and just dragged out, foul down the first base line. We'll do it again.
But no, going back to the whole Nashville conversation. First of all, shout out to my sister because she lives in Nashville. I'm gonna go see her again in October. But I actually did go to the Country Music Hall of Fame, and that was really awesome.
That's a cool one. Yep. The 2-2 pitch on the way, swung on, fouled away towards the first base dugout. We'll do it again at 2-2.
Now, have you ever been to RCA Studio B?
No, I'm like I said, I've always been more into sports. I do enjoy music, but I try not to dissect it, because when you start to dissect something, it's no longer enjoyable. Then it becomes
true.
Yeah, you become psychotic about it. The 2-2 pitch swung on, grounded over to second. Scoops, flips it to first. A 4-3 put out, Stott the cave, and there's 2 away. 8 up, 8 down so far. It's throwing me off because normally Harris is the number 9 hitter, but Nicky Lopez comes to the plate.
I know. Well, and also, like, when he played in the doubleheader against the Phillies on Monday, he was batting 9th, and then the second game he was batting leadoff. He was batting second.
It was because of giving, I think Ozzie was given the rest of the second game. First pitch on the way to Nicky is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Philly 2, Braves nothing. Braves have yet to have a base runner. The 0-1 pitch. Curveball misses way outside wide, 1-1. On that, Nola also only at 35 pitches, so not only is he pitching well, very economical so far.
Yeah, definitely. All the pitches are working out for him, including the changeup.
The 1-1 swing and a miss. Outer edge, it's 1-2.
That changeup right there was at 87-2, just on the outside corner. That's what we have to see out of Aaron Nola when it comes to postseason baseball. Just with the way that he's pitching today, just every pitch has momentum.
The 1-2. Swing and grounds it over to first. Should be playable. Cave flips it over to Nola, who's covering the bag. That'll end the inning. So 3 up, 3 down. Once again, we'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Today we're discussing the 1939 New York Yankees. They had 4 players with 100 or more runs. Every player in their starting lineup finished with double digits in home runs and doubles. They also had 4 players who finished with 100 or more RBIs. The most anyone in their starting lineup struck out was 81 times. Only 1 player had more strikeouts than walks. 5 players had an on-base percentage of 400 or higher. 5 hitters produced an OPS plus over 130. The Yankees' pitching was also great in 1939. Red Ruffing threw 233 innings with 148 ERA plus. Their bullpen ate up a lot of innings. Combined, Steve Sundra and Mariusa Russo threw 240 innings with an ERA below 2.75. That season, DiMaggio was incredible. He won the American League Most Valuable Player, batting .381 with a .671 slugging percentage, 30 home runs, and 32 doubles. Oh, yeah, and he only struck out 20 times. In May of that year, they went 24-4, scoring 213 runs, or an average of 7.6 runs per game. By the end of May, they were already 6.5 games up in the American League. They won the American League by 17 games with a record of 106-45. In the World Series that year, they faced the 97-win Cincinnati Reds. The 1939 Yankees have the sixth best winning percentage of any team that won the World Series. They also have the largest run differential in baseball history at plus 411.
In 2 years, he had risen from a poor mill boy to the rank of a player in the major leagues. The ignorant mill boy had become the hero of millions. Out on the hot prairies, teams of Joe Jacksons battled desperately with the Ty Cobbs. There came a day when a crook spread money before this idol, and he fell. For a few dollars, he sold his honor. New York World.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Braves trail 2-0. Take it away.
Yeah, so Bryson Stott will be leading things off here in the top of the fourth, and the first pitch that's on the outside edge of the plate at the knee is for a strike. So looking at Stott's stats just against the Braves, and when you take a look at all the Braves pitching, he's 13 for 86 coming into today against the pitching staff, which is only a 151 batting average. He walked in the first, and he takes the next pitch down low for a ball. So that'll make the count 1-1. So Elder's still out there on the mound for his fourth frame of work. He has 51 pitches. And the 1-1 pitch, swinging a ground ball, hit over to shortstop, gobbled up by Lopez, and he throws over to first, and Bryson Stott is retired. So 1 up, 1 down so far in the top of the fourth. Phillies also, mind you, only have 2 hits, and both of those hits were driving in runs.
You said...
So now Brendan Marsh is coming up. Yep.
You said Elder's still out there. Do you think they were going to pull him after 3 innings? He's not pitching that bad.
No, he's not. No. I didn't say it like that, but like I was just.
I thought you thought this was a Christopher Sanchez situation again, where they're yank him.
No, the 0-1 that's low for a ball. I mean, he definitely needs reps, for sure. And
we don't have the stud like Michael Lorenzen in our bullpen. We can't lean on him.
Right. It's true. That's true.
When
one
does
ball,
he come?
One strike, and the next pitch that's outside for a ball.
Scoring again.
What did you say?
I said, when does Michael Lorenzen come back in the game? Because I'm ready to start scoring again. What inning is that?
The 2-1. That's up high for ball 3. I don't think you're going to see it today. I definitely don't think it's going to happen today. So if I ruined that for you, I apologize. But I have to be realistic. The 3-1 that's in there for a strike at the knees. But
when that slider is hitting, that's the pitch that really keeps Elder rolling. But the problem is he is just not. He's been all over the place today.
The 3-2 on the way. There's ball 4, so that was down low and in the dirt, and that's the 4th walk allowed. Only the first walk since the first inning. He allowed 3 of his 4 walks in the first, but Marsh goes over to first, and there's a runner on with 1 out.
Yeah, that was nowhere near the zone. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that it's like you've got a 3-2 count. You can't throw that changeup in the dirt. You got to be more aggressive.
There's a fly ball. That's it out to deep right center field. That's going back to the track, and Nick Castellanos has done it again. He goes the opposite way with a 2-run home run. It's his 27th home run of the season, and he is just about ready to go on a tear, it looks like.
So I brought this up at the beginning of the game. I'll say it again. What the hell is he doing hitting the line? Makes zero sense.
You would think to yourself, you would think to yourself, like, just from like the stats, that he has really been doing a good job. But When it gets ugly, it gets so bad that he's chasing after every pitch, and he'll strike out 4 times.
By the
But
way, breaking
he's
news,
not doing that today.
Or an update, more or less. Brandon Marsh's hair is still soaking wet.
Is it?
Yeah, they just showed him. They just showed him by the dugout. I mean, he's soaking wet. He's got to put something in.
I
his
missed
damn
it. Also, to be fair, as the 1-0 pitch is outside for ball 2, you also have to think to yourself, too, he probably showered like before the game because it's an early game. But,
that
also,
the game started quite a while ago. No one else sitting there dripping. I'm telling you, he put something in his hair because he thinks that's a good look. That's his.
the 2-0,
That's what I'm going for.
That's off the plate and outside for ball 3. So now if you're the Braves, do you get somebody warming up in the bullpen? Or no?
They're not going to blow up the bullpen. They're going to sit basically with everything that's going on with the Braves, and they're just basically trying to play out these innings down the stretch. There's a couple more auditions for Elder and Wright to figure out who the number 4 guy in the playoff rotation is going to be. And I think they're going to be, where is he at? 63 pitches? I think you still see him. I mean, unless he implodes here, I would think that he goes 5 at least.
The 3-1, that's low for ball 4. Forgot to mention, too, that the 3-0 pitch, that was low, but of course, Andy Fletcher had to expand the strike zone. So he called it a strike, but now pitching coach is going to go out there to have a conversation.
5 walks in 3 1/3.
I know.
That's not going to get you on the playoff roster, son. That's all I can tell you, Bryce.
Phillies and Braves, since August 1st, have over 90 homers. The Phillies actually have 91, but the Braves have 93. That just goes to show how much firepower both of these teams have offensively.
Well, I'll tell you something else that's concerning. Just throw this out
What's
here.
Up? Yep, fire away.
So if you combine August and September, he had thrown 45 pitches going into today. Okay, this isn't counting what we just saw. 17 walks. 17 walks in 45 innings. That's a lot. And Jesse Chavez, baby!
I was just going to mention that. I was just going to mention Jesse Chavez. I was just going to mention that.
Yeah, baby.
He's getting warmed up in the pen. Here comes Garrett Stubbs, who shows bunt, and the pitch, that's a foul ball, so just bunts it foul over towards the third base side, but he'll have to go back to the plate. Now,
good speed for a catcher, but I'm just going to put this out there. This dude can't find the zone. Why are you dropping a bunt?
Well, because that's just like what Garrett Stubbs does. Like we call it the Garrett Stubbs specialty because he actually does a pretty good job at it. But I understand, like in that situation, yes, like you're 1,000% correct.
He's remarkably small and fast for a catcher in Major League Baseball.
The 0-1, that's low for ball 1. Now, somebody, Paul said in the comment section, going back to the whole Brandon Marsh thing, he said, I heard he just keeps wetting his hair with water so it's not blowing around when he plays. Now, that's kind of smart if you really think about it from that perspective.
I really do. I think there's some goop or something.
The 1-1, that's in there for a strike.
If that's the case, then why wouldn't you just either A, cut it, or B, put some kind of a ponytail or whatever?
Because it looks really cool.
No, it does not. It looks like trash.
The 1-2, that's down low and inside for a ball. Oh, it looks so cool. I love it. You don't like it? I mean, like playing in the heat. I can also understand that you're probably sweating more with the extra hair. I get that, but I mean, it looks so cool.
It looks like a hobo. It looks terrible.
Looks like a rock star.
He looks
the 2-2,
like a
fly ball that's hit out the right field. It's hooking foul though, and it goes out of play. He looks like a rock star.
There's a fine line between rock star and meth addict, and he's crossed that line.
This is cool. I'm having a blast doing this. It's a lot of fun.
This is what happens when you let Captain Caveman play baseball, right?
Yes, that is true. The 2-2, that's in the dirt for ball 3. So that's another full count for Bryce Elder. There's one out in the top of the fourth. Phillies lead it 4-0. Nick Castellanos has 2 homers on the day. Hit a 2-run home run in this top of the fourth. So the count is 3-2 to Garrett Stubbs. 8 seconds left on the pitch clock. And the payoff pitch. Swing and a foul ball. That was most likely ball 4, but I think it also got a piece of Stubbs' foot as he's hobbling and he walks out towards the Phillies dugout, but we'll head back towards the batter's box. Yikes.
Rick Kranitz is standing on the front step, which he won't be the guy that makes the move, but you know that means he's got one more screw up, and here comes Jesse.
So 3 balls, 2 strikes, and Stubbs still limping just a little bit. 7 pitches in this at-bat. 3 of them have been foul balls to Stubbs. 1 out still in the top of the fourth inning. Elder comes set just below the belt. And the payoff pitch to Stubbs. It's popped up as he slams the bat down. And it's over towards the first base side and foul ground, and Olsen is there to make the catch. There's 2 away.
If he swung the bat as hard as he slammed that bat, man, he could really have something going on there.
Yep. And now Snicker's going to go out there and he's going to make a move.
they're yanking him anyways. He got out of that. They're yanking him. He gone. Guess what, y'all? We'll be back in a flash. Uncle Jesse's coming out of the pen. Let's freaking go.
We built him up to be the czar of football. Go dig into his past or anybody that's ever coached with him, what he does and how he does it. And it's despicable. And I know the guy. Know him really well.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. The Steve Bartman incident was a very controversial play in which Bartman accidentally prevented a Cubs outfielder from catching a ball, which then spiraled into the Cubs losing the game and eventually the championship series. Cubs fans were livid with Bartman, but the actual Cubs team was apologetic. In fact, after winning it all in 2016, the Cubs decided to give Bartman a World Series ring.
Choose a yogurt that's right for you. With 2 grams of sugar per 5.3-ounce serving. Too Good Greek yogurt is too good to be true. So Delicious dairy-free yogurt and Silk yogurt alternatives are delicious plant-based swaps you can enjoy by the spoon or add to recipes. Oikos 000 yogurt and Light and Fit yogurt are tasty, non-fat yogurt options. So many flavors, varieties, and possibilities. Elevate any recipe and your everyday with yogurt.
First baseman Hal Chase, Prince Hal, was charming and skilled enough to have become one of baseball's most popular stars. But he was also so unabashed about consorting with gamblers that 3 different managers accused him of throwing game, and fans took to chanting, "What's the odds?" whenever he took the field.
Chase was a great fielding and decent hitting first baseman for the New York team in the American League. He was a gambler and he ran with the gambling crowd. And he lived very well on the winnings that he got from making errors when you need to make errors. He was a scary figure. Scary because he was tolerated. Scary because of what he did. Scary, too, because in 1916, as Christy Mathewson, the great Christian gentleman, is completing his career with the Cincinnati Reds, Chase is on that team. And Chase is opened by vituperative scorn for somebody who lived so well and so purely, was beyond ugliness.
Well, welcome back as we're in the top of the fourth inning with 2 outs and a runner over at first base. I was just going to say that as Chavez comes in, I don't think we had any pitching changes last night during the middle of innings. So, we didn't have to worry about that last night. First pitch to Schwarber. He grounds this one over to second base. Albies flips it over to shortstop. And, well, on 1 pitch, the inning comes to an end, and we go to the bottom of the fourth inning.
The best pitcher in baseball, baby. Let's go.
Men don't voice their feelings because half the time they end up upsetting their woman when they do. And then they have to console her about how his feelings made her feel.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Camden Yards is where the Baltimore Orioles play their home games. The ballpark was actually built very close to where Babe Ruth was born. In fact, Ruth's father allegedly owned a pub exactly where center field is today.
Oh, man. Well, we're back in action as the Atlanta Braves are coming back up to bat. It's 4-0 Phillies as they were able to get all 4 runs on 3 hits so far, as they were able to get a 2-run home run by Nick Castellanos, a solo homer by Nick Castellanos, and an RBI single by Alec Boehm in reverse order. So Aaron Nola has pitched a gem so far, has retired all 9 batters in a row, and he goes back to the top of the lineup. So Acuna will come up, and the first pitch that's low for a ball. Acuna lined out in the first inning. So it's 1 ball, no strikes. Nola comes set at the belt. Kicks, winds up, and the pitch that's outside for ball 2. There we go. There you are.
Apologize. I don't know what happened. Just I lost connection, which is strange because I didn't lose connection. I think it was the application. I have no idea what happened. But anyways, I apologize. Ronald Acuna Jr., a 2-0 count. And I didn't know that you couldn't hear me, so I was talking away. The 2-0 pitch, righty matchup. Down and away, nowhere near the zone. Once again, Andy Fletcher blows the call. It's 2-1. Acuna shows his disgust. Really hope Fletcher's not on any kind of postseason roster. On the
umpire roster.
Yeah, on the umpire crew roster. The 2-1 pitch swung on. That ball is scalded into center field, and the Atlanta Braves have got something going here. Finally, a runner on base. All it took was to bring Jesse Chavez in, baby. Let's go.
Well, this is a guy around Acuna Jr. who's first in the league in hits, first in the league in runs scored, and also first in stolen bases. He's also tied for 5th in home runs and tied for 7th in RBI. Just incredible.
He's number 13 in your scorecard, and he's also number 1 in your heart. So there you go. First pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies, outside for a ball. It's 1-0. I have to almost catch myself because with Andy Fletcher behind the plate, you assume you see a ball, but you never know this guy.
Yep.
He must have an early flight out.
He wants to get out.
1-0 to Ozzie. Runner on first, nobody out. Acuna with a decent lead. Skips towards second. The pitch on the way. Outside wide, 2-0.
See, now here's where it gets really interesting because he allowed a leadoff hit to Acuna Jr. Well, I was just going to say, now that there's a runner on base, let's see how he does pitching from the stretch because this is what you got to keep your eye on.
Also, the 2-0 pitch misses outside wide, called for a strike. Ozzie doesn't like it. Can't blame him.
That's a gift.
By a country mile, 2-1.
That is
Andy
a gift.
Fletcher, man, he is awful.
Oh my gosh! And it's on both sides too. It's not just one-sided.
Yeah. No, it's not one-sided. It's just he's just awful. The 2-1 pitch off the plate, well out of the zone. That one is a ball. It's 3-1. He's right there with Jim Wolf. He's one of my least favorites. When I saw that he was going to be behind home plate today, I was like, oh man, can't this dude get like a hamstring pull or something? We get anybody.
Wow, that's a little harsh.
Well, that's not what I first thought of. I first thought of COVID. You get COVID, but I tried to rein it back a little bit. Someone go cough around him.
I hope he trips.
Someone go lick a doorknob and then give him a big kiss on the face, right? 3-1 pitch, swung on, foul back out of play. It's 3-2.
Yeah, and see, that was the type of pitch that Albies, I have to kind of give him a little bit of credit because the pitch was a little bit outside, but again, because Andy Fletcher has been expanding the strike zone, you have to swing at that pitch.
You do and you don't. It was a 3-1 count, so you could have let it go and, chuck the bat and head first and see what he calls.
That's true, too. That's true.
Now you are in that situation. The 3-2 pitch on the way, swung on, grounded into left field. That's going to get down for a base hit, and Ozzie Albies heads to first. Ronald Acuna Jr. stands on second. Runners on first and second. Nobody out. Here comes the rain.
Well, here comes Austin Riley, too.
Yes, sir. The rain coming to the plate.
Also, it was interesting because it was an outside pitch and he went the opposite way with it. And now, of course, this is when you want to have a mound conversation with
Well, here's
Nola.
the thing, and this isn't the only time you ever see it, but it always drives me nuts just in general. If you're a pitcher and your defense, your infield defense is playing to pull, why the hell are you pitching outside on a 2-strike count? Because you know they're going to have to try to slap the ball out there, right?
Right.
So if you're going to do that, then that okay, but then tell the defense, dude, you need to play it.
You got it
honest,
right. Right.
It's just, but it's not Nola. It's not the Phillies. You see this on every team, every game, and it drives me nuts. I'm like, what is the point of the shift if you're not going to pitch into the shift?
Right.
So Austin Riley comes to the plate after the powwow at the mound. He's 0 for 1 with the strikeout, like everybody else, other than the first two men who came to bat in this inning. He is hitless. Runners on first and second, nobody out. The rake, Austin Riley, stands in. 36 home runs, 90 RBI. One swing could make this a very interesting ball game. The first pitch on the way to Riley. Nola starts to go, and then he comes off the mound, turns towards second. So that'll be one of his moves used in this at bat. Very good chance if they do play the defense back that Acuna will go for third. The first pitch on the way to Riley swung on, foul back out of play. It's 0-1.
You know, it's funny because he is hitting 194 with runners in scoring position and has 10 homers and 54 RBI, but you just wouldn't necessarily think about that when it comes to Austin Riley because he makes such a big impact at the plate.
The 0-1 pitch. Righty-righty matchup. Swing and grounds that foul down the third base line. It's 0-2 into the camera well.
Now, if you're Aaron Nola in this situation, I think it's safe to say that you have an opportunity to play around with a couple of pitches, but you don't want to fall behind in the count. So, maybe try to go with the changeup or a slider and see if Riley could chase.
The 0-2 pitch. Down and in. 1-2.
Was that a knuckle curve that time?
Yeah, that was his knuckle curve that he's pretty much been living on the knuckle curve sinker and four seam.
Right.
The 1-2 pitch. Kicks and deals. Swing and a miss, strike three. So Austin Riley down on strikes, went after one well off the zone down and away, and there's one down.
That was a good pitch to go with right there. Some sort of a breaking pitch that Riley could chase after, and Riley knew better as he shook his head and went back towards the dugout. But that's what you got to do when you're Aaron Nola, especially when you have guys on base. It's a big out.
So that'll bring Matt Olson to the plate. Olson, first pitch on the way, swung on. That ball is rifled into right field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Castellanos comes up throwing. Here comes Acuna. He'll easily score, and the Braves are on the board. 4-1 your score. Good piece of hitting by Olson. He didn't waste any time. Roasted it into right field. Runners on first and second.
I don't understand why you would throw a fastball right down the middle of the plate when Matt Olson is just one of the best clutch hitters in the league, and that's just right in his wheelhouse. I mean, what gives you the mindset to do that? That's something that I definitely don't understand. But
I think sometimes pitchers, catchers, they are hoping that the guy's taking the first pitch, right? So they just want to get ahead, but you do run that risk. I mean, honestly, that's the best case scenario out of that, because if he plows one into the chop house,
right,
a different story.
It's a different story.
Marcell Ozuna, first pitch on the way to Marcel's a knuckle curve off the edge for a strike. It's 0-1. And that one was in the zone.
It could have gone either way.
It could have. I think Ozuna didn't like it, but that one was in the zone. Either that or Ozuna said, "Are you feeling okay?" Because that looked like a strike. The 0-1 pitch, down and in, tried to get him to chase below the knees inside. It's 1-1. Philly 4, Braves 1. Bottom of 4, still a long way to go in this one. If you're just joining us, JJ, Mac Magee bringing you the action today. Nola once again starts his motion, then turns towards second. I'll tell you what he's doing. He's coming really close to getting a balk called on him. He better watch out.
Yeah.
The 1-1. Nola comes set, kicks and fires. Swing and a miss. It's 1-2.
You know, Zuna lifetime against Aaron Nola coming into today. He's had some success off of him. He's 12 for 48 with 4 homers and 8 RBI. But the funny thing is that he has struck out 18 times against him.
Yeah. He's all or nothing, right? The 1-2 pitch swung on, fisted that foul down the first baseline towards the dugout. We'll do it again. I will say this. My guess would be, and I didn't dissect it, my guess would be most of his strikeouts came earlier in his career. He's become much better at not just wailing away when he's got 2 strikes.
Right.
He strikes out, but you don't see like the just uncontrollable, just Tasmanian devil swing. The 1-2 pitch in the dirt, that ball kicks away. Runners will easily move up to second and third, and your Atlanta Braves. Runners on second and third, 1 out. Now a fly ball to cut this lead in half where it was 4-0.
Not only that, but you also get rid of the double play ball as well. So, you know, you put 2 runners in scoring position. That changes the entire scenario, and that wasn't the best block by Stubbs.
Here's the other thing. You might be taking away the knuckle curve too now because you might be scared to throw it with the guy on third. The 2-2 pitch swung on. That ball is rifled. It's an atom ball to Turner. He'll make the catch. Soft liner, L6 in your scorecard. There's 2 away.
I'm surprised that he did go to the knuckle curve there because it was right out over the middle of the plate and it was hit sharply, but thank goodness Trey Turner just was right there at the right time, because if that was hit anywhere else, that's probably most likely a base hit.
Yeah, you would have liked to have seen him lift that ball just a little bit to get it over the head of Turner, but with 2 strikes, I think that's what he was banking on. I still think that ball was a little higher than normal because he's worried about the wild pitch. First pitch on the way to Eddie Rosario, swing and a miss at the shoelaces. It's 0-1.
You know, Larry said in the comments section that Nola's lucky that that the Braves are swinging their pitches outside of the strike zone. I do have to say this, though, you know, to be kind of devil's advocate, the knuckle curve, when the knuckle curve is on, it looks so deceiving because you think it's a fastball, but then it just sails down low. So it is kind of deceiving as a hitter in that sort of sense.
The 0-1 pitch. Off the plate wide, 1-1. My biggest concern when I have Eddie Rosario in this spot is what is his
approach?
What's his mindset? Because a lot of times he wants to just bang one out of the park so everyone will chant his name. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, downstairs, should have never swung at that one. It's 1-2. I mean, the 2 strikes he has on him, both pitches are down. They're over the plate, but they're well below the knees. If you're Nola, there's no way I throw him anything but
a
changeup down there.
Do it again.
The 1-2, knuckle curve, swung on and grounded down the first base line. We'll do it again. I mean, you're looking at this, to me, and you're just trying to poke it into anywhere in the outfield. It's a 1-run game.
Yep. Larry says to me in the chat, don't make any excuses for him, JJ. I'm not making excuses. I'm looking at it from both sides. That's usually what I do.
The 1-2. Nola comes set. Timeout called by Rosario.
Does the 250 average runners in scoring position surprise you?
Not really. The 1-2 pitch, caught, looking, strike 3. There you go. There's a there you go. That's Eddie Rosario in a nutshell. We'll be back here in Braves country.
Hello?
Hi, is Mark there?
Yeah?
It's me, Shannon. We met at Jack's party.
Yeah! How can I forget? Wow, how you doing? I haven't heard from you in,
9 months. Armchair.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. The Mets threw a combined no-hitter against the Phillies. Because of 6 walks, it took them 159 pitches. This set the record for the most pitches thrown in a no-hitter. Miguel Cabrera got his 3,000th hit. With that single, he became the first player ever with 3,000 hits, 500 homers, and a Triple Crown. Anthony Rizzo hit 3 home runs in a game for the first time in his career. It's the only time where a player hit 3 home runs in a game, averaging just 350 feet. The San Diego Padres may not be known for their defense, but they did just set a new defensive record. The 2022 Padres are the first team in history to start the season with 11 consecutive games without an error.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Ricky barred profanity and poker playing and liquor. Offered evening lectures on baseball theory called Skull Sessions. Keeping a promise to his mother, managed just 6 days a week, leaving an assistant to take over for him on Sundays. In 1919, the Browns' crosstown rivals, the hapless St. Louis Cardinals, offered him a still bigger job as general manager at double the salary. He would spend the next 23 years with the Cardinals and in the process profoundly change the game of baseball.
Well, we go to the top of the 5th inning as Trey Turner will be leading things off. Phillies with only 3 hits, and every single hit that they've had, they've been able to produce a run. 2 homers for Castellanos and an RBI single for Alec Boehm as the Phillies are up 4-1. The Braves did get one back in the bottom of the 4th, and the first pitch to Trey. It's taken on the outside corner. Looked a little bit off the plate, but it's a called strike. Chavez out there for his 2nd inning of work, only threw 1 pitch, and it was to get Schwarber out. The 0-1, there's a pop-up, hit out to shallow right field. Albies gets under it, and he will make the catch, and there's 1 away. So 3 pitches and 2 outs recorded by Jesse Chavez.
Yeah, Jesse Chavez, I would suspect they want to get him a full inning here of work, as he obviously just threw the 1 pitch in the first out that he got to retire the side. So it'd be good to see him, to where he was before he got injured.
The first pitch to Bryce, that's off the plate for a ball, and this is a guy in Chavez who's been in the league since 2008. He's 40 years old. The 1-0. There's a ground ball hit over to shortstop, played on a bounce by Lopez, and the throw to first is in time. So 4 pitches in this inning alone for Chavez, and he's able to get 2 batters out as Harper grounds out to shortstop. So 2 up, 2 down, and now Alec Boehm is coming up to the plate, and Boehm is 1 for 5 lifetime against Jesse Chavez. First pitch on the way. Here it comes. Swinging a line drive into right field. On the run is Acuna. He tried to play it on a bounce, almost got by him, but he was able to trap it down in front of him. And there's an opposite field 2-out single by Alec Boehm. Pretty good swing and a nice piece of hitting, but Acuna Jr. almost made a terrific play.
Yeah, I was a little concerned that he wasn't going to be able to
trap it.
Yeah, to make that play. It's a really.
You're taking a gamble. You're taking a gamble.
Huge gamble.
Yep. So now Bryson Stott's coming up. He's the second baseman for the Phillies. Just also something to mention, too, about Chavez. He has been, this is his 4th time now that he's with the Atlanta Braves. First pitch to Stott. That's on the outside corner for a strike. So he first started off with the Braves. He played 2 years with the Pirates, but then came to Atlanta in 2010. And then he came back to Atlanta in 2021, then went to Chicago in 2022 as the 0-1 is fouled off. And then he was back in Atlanta at the trade deadline and then got sent to L.A. and played for the Angels. And now he's back in an Atlanta Braves uniform.
Yeah, those were all trades that caused all that.
It's wild. No balls, 2 strikes to Stott. And the 0-2 swinging a grounder, pulled over towards the first base side. Albies has it, throws over to first, and the inning comes to an end. No runs, 1 hit, 1 man left. Go to the bottom of the 5th. Phillies lead it 4-1.
Usually when somebody invites me over to their house and I drive by and see more than 3 cars, I just usually go on home because I kind of feel like it could be an intervention.
MLB teams are required to apply a small dab of mud to the 13 dozen baseballs used during a standard MLB game. Every team has been muddying baseballs since 1950, and they've used only one special type of mud, magic mud, found on the Delaware River in New Jersey, that provides the perfect grip. That mud has been harvested by one family for nearly 80 years. The mud takes 6 weeks to harvest and process, and the best part, only the Bentliff family knows the exact location of the magic mud.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. On Clayton Kershaw's first start of the season, he threw 7 perfect innings before being pulled by manager Dave Roberts. It was the first time in MLB history that a starter was pulled from a perfect game after 7 innings while throwing 80 or fewer pitches. I mentioned that Joey Votto had never popped up to the pitcher over his entire career. But on April 7th, Votto swung at an up-and-in fastball and popped up to the pitcher for the very first time. Nico Horner didn't hit a home run in 2020 or 2021. Corbin Burns didn't allow an extra base hit on a slider at all in 2021. But the first homer of 2022 was by Nico Horner off of Corbin Burns' slider.
Soldiers played ball in camps and on battleships, on fields in Flanders, and in hastily constructed ballparks throughout France. Grover Cleveland Alexander served in the trenches with an artillery unit and emerged from the fighting shell-shocked, his hearing damaged, drinking more heavily than ever to forget the horrors he had seen. Though Branch Rickey was 36 and had 4 children, he went to war too, became a major, and commanded a unit that included Captains Ty Cobb and Christy Mathewson. Cobb and Mathewson did not get to France until after the shooting stopped, but during a drill, Mathewson was exposed to poison gas that fatally seared his lungs. He would live for 7 more years, but his great career was over.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail this one 4-1. Sean Murphy will try to get things going here. First pitch on the way to Murphy is swung on, lifted into right field. Easily playable by Castellanos. Drifts in to make the catch, and there's one away.
I'm interested to see how Aaron Nola does in this inning because, you had the runners in scoring position and you only give up 1 run, and that was good that he was able to get out of it. But now after that, how does he bounce back?
Philly 4, Braves 1. Michael Harris II comes to the plate. First pitch on the way, fastball on the edge for a strike. It's 0-1.
I haven't really talked about or too much about Michael Harris II, but on almost likely any other team, this is a guy who could probably bat in the cleanup spot or in anybody else's top of the lineup.
The 0-1 pitch swung on and fouled back down the line over the third base side. It's 0-2.
Nola today, 6 strikeouts, 4 groundouts, and 3 flyouts. And the strikeouts are the thing that I tend to look at because he only had 1 strikeout in his last game. And I've
always looked at Nola as a junk ball pitcher, right? He's a guy that keeps you off, but he's got so many different pitches, almost like is the 0-2 pitch on the way, down and away. 1-2. Almost like a Kevin Gausman, where it's not necessarily his blow away stuff that's going to strike you out. It's the fact that you're off balance because of all the different pitches he has.
Right.
Almost like a poor man's Roy Halladay. The 1-2 pitch swung on. That ball is lined into center field. It's going to get down for a base hit. That ball is going to get to where the green grass grows, up against the wall. Michael Harris II with the 1-out double. Here we go, Braves country.
I couldn't tell if that was a fastball or a slider that was just at the knees, but Harris stayed on top of it and just had the barrel on the bat on it and squared it up and just hit it out to right center field. And with Castellanos' speed, there was just no chance that he was going to get out and probably stop that and play it on a bounce.
So Nicky Lopez, little Nicky will come to the plate. Righty-lefty matchup. Nicky trying to poke one into right field or somewhere in the outfield to cut this game down. Oh, there's a base hit. Pitch on the way. It's going to get dribbled into left field, and that's the best place to throw it, hit it, because here comes Michael Harris. He'll score, and you know Schwarber's not throwing you out. Braves will cut it in half. It's 4-2. That is, if you're not familiar with Nicky Lopez Philly fans, that's Nicky Lopez baseball. And he's just going to try to scoop one out there. And I love that about him. I love the fact that he's not trying to come out of his shoes and slam one over the wall when you know he's got warning track power, right?
Yep.
So the Braves have cut this down to 4-2, once trailing 4-0, and here comes Ronald Acuna Jr. to the plate.
You certainly don't want to have him up in this situation.
Let me
if
ask
you're
you
a Philly
something,
fan. Yep, go for it.
By far, the most hated Philly is Bryce Harper in Braves country. Who's the most hated Brave? Is it Acuna? Is the first pitch is down and away, swing and a miss? It's 0-1.
Honestly, when it comes to the Braves, I would probably say I'd say Michael Harris is actually starting to heat up a little bit, because you could see a little bit of some trash talk.
Really?
Him.
I would have never thought Michael. He's always so subdued, but maybe I'm missing something, because when you see it through Braves colored glasses, right? Like you don't see the other side of it. The 0-1 Acuna swing and a miss. Not sure what in the world was going on there. I think he was trying to protect the runner as Nicky Lopez steals second. Didn't even get that great of a jump, but the ball was in the dirt, so he picked a perfect ball to run on. Excuse me.
Spencer Strider might also be in the talks now, because the Phillies are now 0-8 when they're facing him in the regular season. So I think that Phillies fans are probably bothered by that as well.
Okay. I can see that. The 0-2, Nola swings around, looks back at second base. We'll do it again. I didn't know if, all the bravado stuff that Acuna does where he, pounds his chest when he hits a home run, all that kind of stuff that wears on other fans. The 0-2 pitch swung on, Tapper back to the mound, quickly on it as Nola flips it over to first, and there's 2 away. Lopez does head down to third on the play.
See, the problem is, or how I look at it, is that Acuna, if he was a Philly, fans would love him. Because of the passion and because of that sort of stuff.
I would hate him if he was a Philly. Are you kidding me? God.
Well, of course you would hate him. We would hate it if Bryce Harper was a Brave. Of course.
I would hate him more than Bryce Harper because he's so damn good. First pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies, swings at one well off the plate, down and away. It's 0-1. I mean, I'm honest about it. I never hate a bad player. All right. I don't hate it. Like, why do you hate him? You always get some hot take from somebody who's like, who I really hate? I hate that, they'll name, Nicky Lopez or whatever, right? Like, what the hell has he ever done?
One of those guys for me, like on the Mets, was Lucas Duda.
The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss downstairs. It's 0-2. Aaron Nola's at 74 pitches on the afternoon, so pretty economical so far. Probably still has an inning or two left in him. Braves trail by 2, runner on third, 2 outs, 2 strikes.
Squeeze the lemon out of him, Rob.
High and out of the zone 1 and 2. If I was ranking it in Phillies that I hate, Bryce Harper is 1, 2, and 3, and then
is 1, 2, and 3.
Just because he's a pain in our ass, I don't hate him as a player, but man, JT Real is up there for me. The 1-2 pitch swung on, bang, fouled. I'll tell you what, I'm getting real tired of Zach Wheeler. I
was going to ask about that because I know that he dominates against you guys. So I was going to ask if he's higher than JT.
Even when he was a Met, it was ridiculous.
Oh yeah. Oh, those darn Mets, man.
God.
Oh man.
The 1-2 pitch on the way to Ozzie, swung on, foul back up against the screen. We'll do it again.
Ozzie is definitely also, I'd say.
What was the catchphrase he used to have for everybody that would trigger everybody? Deplorables. The Mets are deplorables.
Is that what it was? I like that.
instantly become a Philly fan when it's Mets Phillies. I can't do the Mets. The 1-2 pitch outside 2-2. And I'll be honest with you, other than the fact that I believe that we have a better chance against the Marlins. If it's Phillies Marlins, if you're just talking about like the two, we're meeting up and we'll say like the NLCS. I think I'm going for Philly, man. I can't stand the Marlins. That goes back for a lot of reasons. Oh yeah. The 2-2 pitch swung on. That ball is belted high and deep. Going back on the track. Is it fair?
I don't think so.
Just went foul.
He just missed it. Are they going to review this?
He took a right at Albuquerque just before the pole. Hard for us to see. Some of the fans are trying to say, but, I don't know, a little day drinking. There's no telling what that ball is.
The question is, did it even come down because the camera didn't even show it?
It's foul. I just saw a different angle, and it bent behind the pole. You can see it disappear behind the pole. Not by much. The 2-2 pitch on the way, down and away, 3-2. So a 3-2 count to Ozzie. Long at bat here. This will be the 9th pitch of the at bat. So if nothing else, a great job by Oz with Riley standing on deck. The 3-2 pitch. Nola kicks and deals. Swing and a miss, strike 3. That'll end the inning. We'll be back in a flash. Braves trail 4-2 here on Braves Country and play-by-play with JJ.
Hey, what we always call on the game, PlayStation game, what we always call? Heads or tails on the PlayStation game. All right, then. You should have told him tails. I thought you told him. No, I told you. I thought you knew the special teams always coach. They don't play the PlayStation like us. They don't play it like us. I thought you told him. That's why I said they don't play the PlayStation like us. They don't play it like us.
This year, choose a yogurt that's right for you. With 2 grams of sugar per 5.3-ounce serving. Too Good Greek yogurt is too good to be true. So Delicious dairy-free yogurt and Silk yogurt alternatives are delicious plant-based swaps you can enjoy by the spoon or add to recipes. Oikos 000 yogurt and Light and Fit yogurt are tasty, non-fat yogurt options. So many flavors, varieties, and possibilities. Elevate any recipe and your everyday with yogurt.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
You think about it. What is there in your life, besides your love of family maybe, that carries all the way through from almost your earliest recollections till the day you die, and you care about it in one way or another? There are very, very few things that make that list. We come to things at various times in our lives when we can comprehend them, when we have an interest in them. But we have a child's interest in baseball, in my case, from the time I was 5. I can't imagine never having an interest in baseball. So it will be one of the few things in my life that I have cared about in one way or another all the way through.
That is one of my favorite quotes of all the ones that we do.
Yeah?
From
Is
Bob
it?
Costas.
I love that.
Yeah,
I love Bob Costas.
There's a lot of truth to it.
The first
Avoid-
pitch on the way to Marsh that's in there for a strike. Bob Costas is awesome.
Man, Jesse Chavez is back at it. They're
Yeah.
really stretch him out.
Goes with the cutter that time, just a little bit outside. So I guess, he only has 11 pitches, so he only threw 9 pitches in that 5th inning. So why not? 1 ball, 1 strike. Chavez comes set, winds up, delivers. That pitch is way outside and high for ball 2.
To me, it's not so many of the pitches, but what they call the up downs, right? So,
Right.
how many times you had to go back out there, because what you don't factor in is how many pitches they warm up with, right?
The 2-1 pitch that's inside, according to Andy Fletcher, and that was not the right call.
This guy's just,
what else is there to say?
That
pitch outside for ball 4, so Marsh will walk for the 2nd time today. That's the first walk allowed by Chavez, and I probably should put that walk in quotation marks.
That's his first walk allowed since early July, so that's pretty good.
That is pretty good. Yeah. His first air quote walk. So here comes Castellanos. Both of his hits have resulted in home runs.
Don't
and
pitch
the first
this.
pitch, he takes that one on the outside corner for a strike.
And y'all keep putting him in the number 7 spot. I like it.
I'm telling you, he struggles. This is not. He's putting on a display today.
Well, he does it against the Braves. That's all I know.
The 0-1 that's popped up, hit out over towards the first base side and foul ground, and Olsen is there to make the catch, and there's one away.
He is damn near Roberto Clemente every time we face him. I mean, he's making dives in the outfield, gunning people down. You slamming the ball over the roof. I'm like, what is this? And then I'll see the comments on like Phillies Twitter and stuff like, this guy sucks. I'm like, does he save it for us?
I'm just telling you, like he'll put up ugly at bats in the 9th inning, like when it really does matter.
Speaking
the first
of
pitch that's in there for a strike. That's inside for a ball.
Roro Raggy, Brad Hand's warming up in the bullpen.
Oh, I did not see that. That's because NBC's not showing it. The 1-0 pitch, that's off the plate for ball 2. So Cave is 0 for 1, and he flied out to center field. That was in the 2nd, and then walked his last time up in the 4th. 2 balls, no strikes, and the 2-0 pitch, it's in there for a strike. The throw over the second base is not in time, and it's going to get by Lopez out into center field. Albies will get to it, but going over to third base is Brandon Marsh.
Bad job by Lopez there. You got to make sure you at least hold on to the ball there to keep Marsh off of third with less than 2 outs. So he won't get charged with it, but that really is on Nicky
Lopez. Yeah.
I mean, that ball hit him in a bad place right in the glove.
So Marsh is able to get a stolen base as the 2-1 is down low and inside for ball 3. So the count is now 3-1.
It went in between his legs too.
Yeah,
it was a bad throw, but you got to make that play. You're standing in front of it. You let it not only go off your glove, but you let it dribble between your legs.
The pitch, ground ball hit over to second base as Albies was playing towards the infield grass, and they'll just throw it over to first, and Marsh will stay put over at third base. So that is Brandon Marsh. Let me take a look at his season stats overall. He's able to, I believe that is his. That's his 10th stolen base of the season. Only his 10th.
Well, that's a big out number 2 as the infield can now play back.
First pitch that's in there for a ball as Brad Hand is getting loosened up.
My guess would be Hand is being set up for if Schwarber gets into this inning.
Right. Well, the 1-0 pitch that's right down the pipe for a called strike. Stubbs hitting 200 with 8 RBI. He's 0 for 2. He's flied out and fouled out. 1 ball, 1 strike, and the pitch. Fly ball, it's hit out to shallow left field. It's hooking in foul ground, and Lopez cannot make the sliding catch. What an effort that was, though.
Man, oh man alive, that was a heck of an effort. That's the one problem that you have with when you have Eddie Rosario in left field. He's just a lackadaisical left fielder. He's never not that he had a real chance of making that play, but as the shortstop, you have to cover much more ground because Eddie's out there.
And he's also battling the sun too, so it's not like he has his sunglasses on or even the sunglasses above his cap. So the fact that he made that type of an effort just says to me that he's a workaholic and he made a mistake. Not making a good play as Marsh stole second base, but he tried to make up for it. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and Stubbs will be up at the plate and the pitch. Swinging a line drive, played on a bounce by Albies, and the throw over to first is in time. And there's the third and final out of the inning. So the Phillies get 1 runner on, but leave Marsh over at third, and we go to the bottom of the 6th. Phillies up 4-2 in Atlanta.
Look at that! The Hendersons are getting a new fence.
Ah, who cares? They're swingers.
I want a new fence. That's it. We're never having sex again.
Need a home loan fast? At the American Bank of Los Santos, we'll help you get the debt you need to make life easier. We'll show you how to look richer and be poorer. You need to impress people fast. Not in 20 years. It's only a risk if you get into money troubles or the economy changes. Call American Bank of Los Santos. Now that the kids have moved out and have drug problems of their own, maybe it's time to install a luxury marble wet bar so you can get drunk in private. American Bank of Los Santos. Why worry about tomorrow if you look inadequate today? Armchair.
Well, the season's finally here.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturdays, 10 a.m., you'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live, 10 a.m., Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. Right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback.
This is to anybody watching the Alabama game right now against South Florida, who lost to Western Kentucky in week 1. We're riding the struggle bus. What in the buffoonery and gainery is this? Is Mike Sheila the coach again? I don't know what's going on. But anyway, this is sad and pathetic. Roll Tide anyway, but like,
Well, the season's finally here, and the players hit the field, and every man feels like a boy, and every wife could kill.
Welcome back, Braves Country. Big inning there for Jesse Chavez to get out of the dodge, not give up a run. Looks like Alvarado's warming up in the Philadelphia bullpen. So I would think that's it for Chavez. Heck of an outing there, an inning in the third, and danced around danger by the bad defensive play by Nicky that ended up not costing him. And Nola will go back out there for yet another inning.
I wonder if this is probably going to be his last inning that he's out there. And I am curious now because now the eyes to me go to Rob Thompson to see what they're going to do. Now, maybe he might go with the lefty for Matt Olson, and maybe that's what he's thinking. But
I think that's what you got. I think this could be his last batter.
It could be. But, see, I would say that if Riley doesn't get on, I would extend the leash a little bit.
Yeah, that's fair. He's only at 81 pitches.
Right.
And honestly, Riley I'd be more concerned with just because of his numbers against him. First pitch on the way to Riley's down below the knees, called for a low ball. It's 0-1.
That's probably what he's also thinking too.
Philly 4, Atlanta 2. Bottom of the 6th, rubber match of this 3-game set. The 0-1 delivery, down and away in the dirt, 1-1. About that time to turn back time here on Braves Country. We'll squeeze these in as we go along. Got a few of them today. Got some pretty good ones. In fact, we've got a really good one for Philly, Atlanta combined. I'd almost forgotten about this one. The 0-1 pitch, swung on, hammered down the third base line. But foul, it's 1-2. On this date, 1919, Babe Ruth in Boston, the Bambino scores the winning run on both ends of a doubleheader when the Red Sox sweep Chicago 4-3 and 5-4. Ironically, the contest marks the last time the Hall of Famer dons a Red Sox uniform as he's traded during the offseason. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, and there's one away.
Nice pitch by Nola. He tested him on the fastball, and I think that Riley was waiting for a knuckle curve or something that was hanging, and he was not ready for the fastball. So he took a little gamble there, and guess what? It worked.
Of all the stories, I've never heard that one, that the last game Babe Ruth played in was Babe Ruth's Day. Had no idea. That is funny.
That is
First
really funny.
On the way to Olsen's right there at the knees for a strike, it's 0-1.
Now what's interesting, too, is that if Rosario happens to come up, then maybe he'll go to, somebody gets on. I think that maybe he'll go to him.
Down and away, 1-1. Yeah, I could see him leaving in there for Ozuna, and then, like you said, you could go to Alvarado,
Next inning.
which would probably mean they would go to Pilar unless they just want Rosario to get some reps against lefties. The 1-1 swung on, dribbled over to second. It's going to be a 4-3 put out for out number 2. So heck of an outing so far for Nola all in all. It's about to give you a quality start, 1 out away from that.
Yeah, that's definitely much needed for the Phillies, not just from the bullpen perspective, but also the rotation too, because I think that also kind of sets the tone a little bit. Maybe he got away with a couple of pitches, almost give up a home run to Ozzie Albies, but results do matter. It is a results league for sure.
First pitch on the way to Marcell Ozuna. Swung on. That ball is rifled into center field. That's going to get down for a base hit. And your Atlanta Braves got something cooking here in the bottom of the 6th inning. 1 on, 2 outs. And here comes Eddie Rosario. Maybe we'll have to see how they do this.
Yeah, I think that Rob is going to stick to Nola here, but personally, if it were me at this point, I would probably go with Jose Alvarado. But what do I know?
Stick with them. All right. Let's see how this plays out. Righty-lefty matchup. Nola kicks and deals. First pitch on the way. Knuckle curve may have just grabbed the edge. It's on 1.
Ticky-tack. And very, very close. But he's also struck out twice against Nola, too.
That's one of his better bad calls. I guess the best way to put it. Righty-lefty matchup. Off the plate wide. That one is a ball. It's 1-1.
You ever see a League of Their Own and remember the scene where the girl was of course crying, and of course there's no crying in baseball. That old quote came from there. And then the next time that they showed her, he was about ready to get mad, but he held it together.
The 1-1 pitch in the dirt. Ball gets away, and Stubbs grabs the ball. Ozuna was almost in no man's land, but got back to first. In time, it's 2-1.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
thought about taking off and then goes, uh-oh. And then it was, uh-oh. Bunch of retro raggies.
But no, that whole thing just reminded me of just, Andy Fletcher making, a bad call. It was a better bad call. We're not going to be too harsh on it.
The 2-1 to Rosario, swung on, hit hard. Nice stab by Stott. Throws it in first. Bad throw, but a good play by Cave to stay on the bag, and that'll end the inning. Braves threaten but fail to score. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
1971. That was my first year on the job. Bad year for libraries. Hippies burning library cards. I don't judge a man by the length of his hair or the kind of music he listens to. Rock was never my bag. You should put on a pair of shoes when you walk into the New York Public Library, fella. Sure, go ahead. Laugh if you want to. I've seen your type before. Flashy, making the scene. I got a flash for you, Joy Boy. Party time is over.
And Pascual Perez just threw a baseball into the Cubs dugout, and another one came flying right back out. And there's another one, and it's hit one of the umpires out of the mound. Now Don Zimmer's coming up, and he'll argue that Perez started it. He threw a ball into the dugout, and he did. Harry Wendelstedt and Zimmer. You see Zimmer's hot. Pascual was being tended to on the mound. It appeared that his right hand, his pitching hand, may have been hit by that line drive. So now Ron McLean is talking to him. The huddle is around him. Somebody must have said something from the Cub dugout, and Pascual just lobbed a baseball into the dugout, and in short order it came flying right back out. And when the ball came out, it hit home plate umpire Bill Hahn. One of the Cubs is going to be fined for throwing the ball. Going to be fined because that guy's pitcher threw the ball in our dugout. A little bit of a smile on Pascual's face as if he's gotten away with something here.
Armchair.
Ebbets spent $750,000 to build his park, with its marble rotunda and chandeliers made in the form of bats and balls. So much that he had to sell half his interest in the team to pay his debts. Ebbets Field opened to the public on April 5th, 1913, an exhibition game against the Highlanders, who officially changed their name that spring to the New York Yankees. Brooklyn won 3-2. An inside-the-park home run by a young former dental student named Casey Stengel made the difference. Over the next 45 summers, Ebbets Field would witness some of the worst baseball ever played, and some of the very best.
Well, we go to the top of the 7th inning. Phillies coming back up to bat. as Bryce Elder went 3 2/3 of an inning today for the Braves. Only allowed 3 hits, 4 earned runs, 2 homers to Nick Castellanos. He had 5 walks, though, and, oh, by the way, he didn't strike out anybody. But Aaron Nola on the other side has gone the distance so far. 6 innings, 6 hits allowed, 2 earned runs, no walks, and 8 strikeouts. And that's all that you could really ask for from Nola. But Schwarber will lead off the top of the 7th, and the first pitch, that's check swing. Did he go? Third base umpire Mike Estabrook says no, so it's a 1-0 count. And Brad Hand is on the mound, too. So Hand is 4-2 this season with a 5.07 ERA. Former Philly, 54 strikeouts and 49 2/3 of an inning. The pitch just fouled off the foot of Schwarber. So the count is now 1-1. So Mac, let me ask you this: favorite baseball movie of all time?
It's a loaded question. Probably League of Their Own, but second would be anything with Kevin Costner in it.
Anything with Kevin Costner.
Such a great job.
Yes.
A big Field of Dreams fan.
Me too.
I used to write for an online magazine, and I did an article on the Field of Dreams back when it was the 25th anniversary years ago.
The 1-1 that's fouled off as Ozuna just looked up, and he went over towards the net, and it went into the third row or so.
So I did a lot of research on that movie, so that one's always going to be near and dear to my heart. But honestly, for love of the game is one of those ones that nobody talks about. I just thought it was phenomenal.
That's a good one. That's a very good one.
Bull Durham is right there.
Yep.
I'm not a major league guy just because I've looked at it as being corny as opposed to being a great baseball movie. It's got some great lines.
The 1-2, strike 3 called on the outside corner at the knees. That was a good pitch, too, by Brad Hand. Oh, man.
See, Brad Hand is more valuable in a day and time when you didn't have to face 3 hitters.
Right. This is a good spot to put him in.
It is.
It is.
It is because he'll face Turner, but then face Harper. But after that, you pretty much got to get him out of there.
First pitch to Trey. It was low, but it's a called strike. They list that as a sweeper. What are your thoughts about the sweeper, being now considered to be like a new pitch?
It's a curveball that they've just renamed. The true sweeper that they have developed, some have developed, I don't think it's going to have a long shelf life. I think it's what has made Colin McHugh a much lesser reliever. He used to throw a pretty sharp slider, and he went to the sweeper this year. And
the 1-1 that's in the dirt for ball 2.
His sweeper is more of a sleeper because that thing gets pummeled. I'm more of a hard stuff slider, work off the slider, change up, a straight change. I feel like that sweeper it hangs too much.
The 2-1 on the way. Ground ball hit over to third. Riley gets up, throws over to first, and, man, that was a good throw. But there's 2 away in the top of the 7th. Austin Riley's arm strength over at third base, it's just absolutely incredible. And I don't think that gets talked about too much when you talk about Austin Riley just defensively as a third baseman. His arm accuracy and strength is pretty straight on.
Yeah, back to the baseball movies.
Yep.
What is your favorite?
Mine is Angels in the Outfield. First pitch to Harper. Fouls this one out to left field as it'll just go out of play. So Rosario could not get to it.
I didn't expect that, but
Angels in the Outfield, yes. I had an older brother who had really severe special needs who unfortunately passed away in 2020. But he loved Angels in the Outfield. So
gotcha. So all right, that makes a lot of sense because I've never heard anyone say that before.
The 0-1, there's a bunt that's laid down back towards the mound. Nice play as the throw over to first was in time. So the inning comes to an end. 1, 2, 3 go the Phils, and we go to the bottom of the 7th. Phillies still lead it 4-2 at Truist Park.
Can we get more of that Bryce Harper bunting thing?
What's my body count? That is incredibly rude. I have 1 manslaughter conviction. The rest I was acquitted.
Yeah, Rob was kind of a shot in the dark. He came up on his pre-draft visit, had a bad visit. We put him in a room, came back, he was asleep on the floor. Didn't make a very good impression.
He was what? He was sleeping on the floor?
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. While the Angels now have their own stadium in Anaheim, they used to play their home games at Dodger Stadium. In the early 1960s, the Angels were a brand new team and had to share the stadium with the Dodgers because a dedicated field had not been built for them. Eventually, in 1966, the Angels got their own ballpark. In 1978, the Yankees handed out candy bars with Reggie Jackson on the wrapper called Reggie Bars. When Jackson was playing for the Baltimore Orioles, he said, if I played in New York, they'd name a candy bar after me.
Do you see Kaepernick coming back? He tried out with the Raiders recently.
I heard it was a disaster. I heard it was one of the worst workouts ever. I'm wondering how the hell this happened and the tape didn't get out, right? I mean, somebody went over the fence or nothing? Come on, man. We live in a world right now where you put a drone up. Hey, it ain't like they can stop you. They ain't gonna stop the workout. Talking about there's a drone up here. We don't know who this is. I mean, what? Come on, let's run this.
Armchair.
Who is he anyhow? An actor? No. A dentist? No. He's a gambler. Then added, he's the man who fixed the World Series back in 1919. Fixed the World Series, I repeated. The idea staggered me. It never occurred to me that one man could start to play with the faith of 50 million people with the single-mindedness of a burglar blowing a safe. How did he happen to do that? He just saw the opportunity. Why isn't he in jail? They can't get him, old sport. He's a smart man.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Jose Alvarado will come in with his 1.98 ERA. Lefty-lefty matchup. Sorry, I said lefty-lefty matchup. I don't know why I said that. Lefty-righty matchup. Sean Murphy. Sean Murphy, get on the other side of the plate so I don't look stupid. Southpaw comes set. Kicks and delivers. Fastball misses high and inside. It's 1-0.
I have to say this. I love your ads, and I love your commercials. They're so cool.
I appreciate that. There's a lot of time spent on those. I can tell you that. It's
I'm sure.
I've got carpal tunnel. The 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss. It's 1-1, and that's not a joke. Like you'll notice sometimes I have this on. It's to prevent it.
No, I totally understand. I get it.
The 1-1 pitch. Took a swing at that one. What is he doing there?
Oof.
No, did they say he went? That was a ball?
I think that was
okay. It is a strike. It rang up as a ball on your screen, but it is 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Lefty righty matchup. Alvarado comes set. Pitch on the way. Check swing. Foul down the line. It's 1-2. I have to say, the Phillies don't wear these uniforms enough. These are some of their better uniforms.
I like these uniforms, but I have to question this. Like why the long sleeve? Why the long sleeve today?
I'm gonna guess he's juicing. He's trying to hide the track marks. The 1-2 pitch. Swung on, foul back out of play. Some of these guys, because he's probably wearing like compression. It's probably not like an actual,
right. Yeah, it's probably for comfort.
Not long johns is what I'm getting at. And I think some of the guys, they just like the feel of it and they get used to it. And if you're going to do it in October, you're going to do it now. The 1-2 pitch swung on, foul back out of play. It is odd. I get it more from baseball, honestly, than I do when I see a football player wear it.
Of course.
Because baseball players are usually so damn superstitious that it is what it is. The 1-2 pitch swung on and missed, strike 3. So 1 out to begin the bottom of the 7th. I forgot to play I didn't realize bottom of the 7th. I forgot to play the take me out to the ball game. So we'll do that next inning.
I'm throwing you off your tracks.
Well, this whole thing is new and I'm trying to make sure that we stay on top of a couple things. Plus,
of course,
I mentioned this, but I wanted to get the phone number pulled up. We're going to do a call-in show for anyone that wants to join in post-game. We're going to stay here, and I'll get the phone number out there when the game ends. But we're gonna hang around here and do a post game show, so make sure to stay tuned for that. Lefty matchup. The 0-1 pitch to Michael, 100 miles an hour, down low for a ball. It's 1-0.
Going back to the cutter that Alvarado threw Sean Murphy. That was a beautiful cutter. They got him to swing and miss at that for strike 3.
The 1-1 swung on, banged off his foot, rolls back foul. It appears to be okay. It's 1-2.
Larry, the Phillies are not in their powder blue. They're actually in their red uniforms. It's not Thursday. Powder blue is Thursday. And because I've been doing Phillies games all the time, I know that now.
Yeah, Braves have their thing. They do their Friday night Reds. They do their City Connects on Saturday.
Those are really nice uniforms, by the way.
Yeah, I like them. The 1-2 pitch swung on. My God, that is like deja vu
Oof.
all over again. Once again, the ball fouled off his foot. I think in the same spot.
Yeah, that's yikes.
I was starting to think my video was on a loop.
Nah, we're
Braves are in this classic. Oh man, it's right off his front toe. That's gotta hurt. Braves are in their classic whites. Phillies are in road grays with the red top.
Pierce Johnson's getting loosened up.
There's a clip somewhere that we have where they're interviewing fans at an event, and they're like, "What's your favorite baseball one?" And one of the guys answers, "Goes, those Atlanta Braves home whites." Like, what do they got? They got like HD white. It's their uniforms are whiter than other teams. I never thought of it that way because I've seen them so much, right? But the guy had a point. The 1-2 pitch swung on, foul back, 99 up top. Do it again at 1-2. So Harris, if nothing else, is making Alvarado work. Standing on deck is Nicky Lopez. We'll see if we get a pinch hit situation, if they're going to let Nicky face the lefty. That'll be probably comical, Alvarado versus Lopez. The 1-2 pitch swung on, grounded up the middle, and Stock grabs it, flips it over to first, and there's 2 away. If they do send Nicky to the plate, I say you just drop bunts. Just
do exactly what Bryce Harper did.
And it will be Orlando RC. I thought they might pinch hit. They were giving Orlando the day off, but with the lefty, they don't want to put Nicky Lopez into some kind of trauma facing Alvarado. Nicky might have to go into see a psychiatrist for 3 months if he faces Alvarado.
I wonder what this timeout is for on the mound. Stubbs talking things over with Alvarado.
Buy time in the bullpen typically is what it is. Or, who knows? They might be talking about what they're going to get to eat later. You never know.
Yeah, they do have time because they're going home and playing against the Mets. So I guess there's no cheesesteak place
by the way,
around.
looks like he's lost some LBs. Has he?
Yes. Yes.
I thought he used to be a little chunkier. Back to the action, lefty-righty matchup. The first pitch on the way, right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1.
I'm just hoping that it's not, dipping with his velocity because he's still throwing 100, but he was throwing 102, 101, like on average.
The 0-1 pitch, high and inside, 1-1. Well, if you lose a mile or 2 an hour off, but you're probably going to be a little more efficient and have a little more.
That's true too. In the longer run, it's probably healthier.
Less likely having a stroke out there as well.
It's true.
1-1, high and away, it's 2-1. So a 2-1 count to Arcia, 17 home runs, 60 RBI, and a 748 OPS. The 2-1 delivery, Alvarado kicks and deals, swing and a miss, 97 right down the pipe. It's 2-2.
His whole story from last season is just so fascinating to me because his ERA was at like over 5, and then he goes down to the minor leagues, and then he comes up and he's their best pitcher out of their bullpen. And has like a 1.2 ERA.
Yeah, he was. The 2-2 pitch swung on, fouled straight back, and it wasn't like he was a lefty specialist. He was getting everybody out.
Yes, he was.
I remember going to the postseason. You would see him kind of the pen, like, "Oh man, we're going to tag this dude."
Yeah,
but it was a lot of it had to do with the fact that he was so all over the damn place, and then he came back and he was throwing bullets. The
like
2-2
that
pitch Froze them high and inside. That'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. We'll head to the 8th. Get up and stretch. I know it's weird, but I forgot.
All right. I can't see you. Let me hear you. All one. A 2. A 3. We out to the ball. We out to the ball. Find me something up and crack her down. I don't care if I ever get back on the street. Root for it's a shame, for it's 1, 2, 3, stretch around and be home again. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me You sound better tonight!
Phillies coming back up to bat as it is now 4-2 in the top of the 8th inning. And, well, Jose Alvarado was able to pitch a really good 7th inning and was able to retire all 3 batters. Aaron Nola also did a pretty good job on the mound today and got the job done. Can the Phillies get some more insurance runs? That is the big question in this inning because it's a 4-2 lead, and they're going to have to go up against a guy in Pierce Johnson who, by the way, Mac, has been, his ERA is at 4.27, but he's been a guy that can strike out a lot of batters.
Yeah, so his number's much better since coming over from Colorado for obvious reasons.
The first pitch to Bohm, ground ball hit over to third base, and Riley has it, throws it over to first in time. And as a guy who has 87 strikeouts in 59 innings, that's not anything to sneeze at.
Yeah, he came over, and you can see the fastball and that curveball. I mean, he's got good stuff. I have no issues seeing Pierce Johnson in a high leverage situation come October.
First pitch to Stott. He takes the curveball on the inside corner at the knees for a strike. So Bryson Stott is 0 for 2. He walked in the first inning and has really struggled in this series against the Braves, but is hoping to try to change the ties. As the 0-1, it bounces in the dirt, and it was a curveball at 86, and that'll make the count 1-1. Still pretty sunny out at Truist Park. They said that the weather forecast was supposed to be cloudy, but the sun has definitely come out. And the 1-1 that's popped up, it's going to go behind the seats, though, behind the plate. Now, Jeff Hoffman is getting loosened up in the Phillies bullpen, and I assume that he will be pitching the bottom of the 8th inning, and rightfully so, because he's been one of their best, if not their best, bullpen pitcher over the last 2 to 3 weeks. The 1-2 on the way, swinging a ground ball, hit back towards Johnson, and he'll flip it over to first for out number 2. So 5 pitches and 2 outs recorded. The Phillies have only, honestly, they really haven't seen a lot of pitches since the 6th inning, and have been very aggressive at the plate, but just have not been getting hits.
We once again are combining the likes from the 2 pages, play-by-play with JJ and Braves Country. So we get to 100, we'll tear the sign down.
There we go.
Is next, so we're looking forward to that as well.
The pitch to Marsh, that's off the plate, barely for a ball. So Marsh batting 6th. He has walked twice, also stole a base. It was his 10th stolen base of the season, which is pretty surprising because he's pretty fast. The 1-0, it's upstairs for a ball. Also a little bit outside as well. It's still wet, the hair. The hair's still wet.
It's always wet. I'm telling you, there's something going on.
The 2-0 pitch that's in there for a strike.
Why is his beard dry? You know what I mean? Something's going on there, man. His beard's dry, fluffy. He's blow drying his beard, and he's throwing mousse or that 1990s, early 90s gel in there. You know that slimy green stuff?
The pitch, I think it hit the bag, and Olsen was able to play it on a weird bounce and just threw it over to first. And Marshall's like, I don't know what the heck happened there, but we go to the bottom of the 8th inning.
What can I say? I guess you're on to me. You said you'd take a bullet for me. You'd never take a bullet for me. Probably not. No one ever takes a bullet. It's just something people say that they don't mean, like, how was your day? Or we'll stop if it hurts.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. When the Dodgers beat the Giants in the 2021 NLDS, it was Max Scherzer who closed out the game. Because the score was 2-1, Scherzer was credited with a save. It was the very first save of Scherzer's 16-year-long professional career. In 1980, the legendary Willie Mays was actually banned from baseball. Commissioner Bowie Kuhn learned that Mays had taken a job at a casino and was concerned that he would gamble, even though he only worked there as a greeter. The ban didn't last long and was reversed 5 years later in 1985.
You'll do anything to stay healthy, so isn't it time to think about your water? Aquasana water filters remove contaminants other filters don't, like lead, bacteria, viruses, and pesticides. Up to 99% of 88 contaminants, while leaving vital minerals you need like potassium, calcium, and magnesium. Visit waterfilter.com now. That's waterfilter.com for pure, delicious water and the ultimate peace of mind. Aquasana. Better water, better you.
In 1912, Boston fans had both a championship and a bright new ballpark to boast about. It was there they had beaten the New York Giants, and fans were convinced it had brought them good luck. Built in a marshy area called the Fens, the park's most prominent features included a badly sloping left field that was called Duffy's Cliff, because Red Sox left fielder Duffy Lewis had learned to play it so well. The left field wall was just 320 feet from home plate and was very friendly to right-handed hitters and very damaging to the windows of store owners across the street.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Ronald Acuna Jr. will be coming to the plate. The Atlanta Braves try to climb back into this one, only down 2, bottom of the 8th, and that's been one of our best innings, but we will be facing Jeff Hoffman with his 2.2 ERA.
Yeah, 66 strikeouts, only 18 walks on the season as well, and you talked about the 2.2 ERA. How about a 192 batting average against as well?
First pitch on the way to Ronald Acuna Jr.'s down and away for a ball. It's 1-0.
That's probably the best spot for him to come into because you're facing even though like from top to bottom, they have a great lineup, the Braves.
The 1-0. Pitch it outside, high and wide, 2-0. So a 2-0 count.
It's just, when you look at this lineup, they are just so deadly from top to bottom. But Acuna and Albies and Riley, they're really, really good.
2-0 count. Braves trail 4-2, bottom of the 8th inning. Righty-righty matchup, the 2-1 pitch. High and inside, close shave, 96 miles an hour, 3-1.
It's been a little bit wild so far, but you got to try to find the strike zone and just try to get back into this count here.
The 3-1. Hoffman kicks and deals.
Oh, my gosh.
Wide. Should have been ball 4, but another blown call by home plate umpire Andy Fletcher. This is the one thing that us Braves fans hate about Snicker that Bobby Cox was much better at, and that is fighting for players.
My gosh.
The 3-2 pitch, terrible call, strikeout. So Jeff Hoffman is in the bag or something, man. Like that, those are unexplainable.
So that was a check swing, and actually, like when you look at the replay, he did go around, but he didn't think about. Wasn't even thinking about running over to first too, and I was a little surprised. But it just takes one bad call in that bat to just change the whole entire approach.
Exactly. First pitch on the way to Ozzie is just misses off the plate wide. It's 1-0. It's just been a piss poor game by
the Blue.
Andy Fletcher the entire game. And the thing is, I've seen him twice in a week. He equally as bad as first time. The 1-0 pitch swung on. That ball is scalded down the right field line. That's going to get down where the green grass grows. Here comes Ozzie Albies. He's trucking around first, heading for second. Here at Atlanta Braves. Runner on first, a runner on second, 1 out. Might have something cooking here in the bottom of the 8th with Austin Riley.
And that is certainly, if you're the Phillies, like you have to kind of like literally think to yourself that that's probably a blessing that you were able to get Acuna out, because if runners go at second and third, that changes the whole entire scenario.
It's a 4-3 game if Andy Fletcher's not behind the plate right now.
With nobody out, mind you.
Right. First pitch on the way to Riley is just off the edge, called for a wide strike. It's 0-1. But what I hate about Snicker is that he is just, man, he's soft. He'll sit there and he'll take a punch over and over and over again. And we want to see an explosion. The 0-1 pitch swung on, foul back out of play. It's 0-2.
You complain about that about Snicker, but a lot of people in Philly complain the same thing about Rob Thompson too. It's the same exact thing. Don't really see him going out there.
That Cox did it too much to the point where it lost its oomph. But there are times where you need to jump out there and have their back.
Just be a human.
It's too far, few and far between. The 0-2 pitch swung on, foul back out of play. We'll do it again.
Yeah, I like how Kyle Schwarber and Bryce Harper definitely portray that emotion. Sometimes you need that as a ball club, because if you're struggling, you got to send a message to somebody.
Ozuna got kicked out not too long ago, and I was proud of him. I'm like, you know what, man? Sometimes you just got to get kicked out. The 0-2 pitch, like that was foul tipped right there at the plate. We'll do it again. 0-2.
And again, there's a fine line. You don't want to go too overboard, but the whole thing is just to send a message.
That hasn't been one play. That's it. One pitch. That has been all damn day long with Blue. The 0-2 pitch swung on, popped up, back foul out of play. We'll do it again. Andy Fletcher. There's no other word for it. Andy Fletcher sucks. He sucks at his job. People get so mad and talk about Angel Hernandez. They never talk about the Andy Fletchers and the Jim Wolfs. They're equally as bad. The 0-2 pitch, down and away, down below the knees, 1-2. Good pitch by Hoffman, though.
It was.
When you look at, I do believe it was a touch low, but considering Blue, I'd give it a shot. People would be in trouble if Greg Maddux was pitching today. The 1-2 pitch swung on, rifled into right field. That's going to get down where the green grass grows. Here comes Ozzie Albies. He's going to score, and the Braves have cut it to a 1-run game. And once again, this game should be tied.
That wasn't even a bad pitch either by Jeff Hoffman, but Rob Thompson has seen enough, and it looks like he's going to pull the plug. But it wasn't a bad pitch, but it just was a nice piece of hitting by Austin Riley, and sometimes you have to tip your cap, and that's what happened right there. So Soto will come in.
That was a good pitch. That was a great job by Riley going down and getting it, and also knowing the defense smacking it the other way.
Correct.
Real quick, want to hit one of these up as we're going to get a pitching change. We'll stay right here with you. On this date in 1998, 16 years of not missing a game, Cal Ripken Jr. quietly and without fanfare takes himself out of the lineup after playing in a major league record 2,632 games. In a nationally televised Sunday night game, the Orioles shortstop consecutive streak ends. Baltimore drops a 5-4 decision to the Yankees in Camden Yards. And a couple more will get them off the books. On this date in 2003, I think a lot of folks in Braves country will remember this one, but they won't remember the next one. On this date in 2003, Marcus Giles sends Brad Penny's 3-2 pitch into the stands. The Braves tied the NL record by having 6 players hit 20 home runs. So it was Javi Lopez, Gary Sheffield, Andrew Jones belongs in the Hall of Fame, Chipper Jones, and Vinny Castilla. That tied the mark of the 65 Braves team in Milwaukee. Listen to this lineup. Eddie Matthews, Hank Aaron, Joe Torre, Felipe Alou, and then Mac Jones and Gene Oliver. Now, this is the one that I'll be curious if you remember this one, because it hasn't been that long ago, but on this date in 2010, in Braves and Phillies history, Matt Diaz,
of course I remember Matt Diaz,
fan wearing a red spandex suit with a red mask after the intruder runs onto the field and eludes security during the Braves-Phillies game at Citizens Bank Ballpark. The Atlanta left fielder tackles the 17-year-old, released from juvenile detention the next day, with the parents apologizing for the son's actions. Do you remember that?
I don't remember that at all whatsoever, but I do remember every time Diaz played against the Phillies, he just put up Hall of Fame numbers against us.
He was one of my favorites. So what a lot of people don't know about Diaz is the first pitch on the way to Matt Olson is swung on, hit up the middle. They're going to get the play at third. Great play by Turner. He scoops it, flips it to Stott.
Oh, my
Put
gosh.
on the bag and got it out of the way before Austin Riley came flying in there. There's 1-2 away.
I mean, if that's a base hit, that changes the whole complexity of the inning. And Trey Turner just diving up the middle, Stott recognizing that he had to go to the bag, and Riley was coming in, and he didn't slide hard, but Stott had to try to make sure that he was in the right spot. Not as easy as it looked.
Yeah, he didn't chase Utley him, but it was a hard slide.
Yep. You're right. I was, and we can talk about the Utley slide too.
The 1-0 pitch to Ozuna's high and inside. They call that that's 2-0, so I guess he's trying to keep it up.
That's crazy. Did you know that Chase Utley is actually now an ambassador?
Now, that hard slide, the Utley slide, wasn't he a Dodger at that point?
He was. Yep, he was.
2-0 pitch, swung on, hit high in the sky, deep into right field, going back on the track, off the wall. It's going to rattle around. Here comes Matt Olson. He's a chugga, a lugga, and he's heading home. Your Atlanta Braves have put another one on the board, a tie ball game here in the bottom of the 8th. Let's go, Braves country.
I think that Castellanos thought it was a home run because it bounced off the top of the wall, and he wasn't even running for the ball. And Stott luckily was right there. And I think that Castellanos got confused, but regardless, even if it's a home run or not, you got to run after it.
You know what is funny? The Philadelphia broadcast team has the gall. They're pointing out about the missed ball,
right?
Strike/ball on that play. I mean, if we're going to go do the revisionist history, we're going to talk about the Acuna one. Come on.
Yeah, I know.
It's funny that you see this kind of stuff. Forrest Wall, by the way, is going to come in for Ozuna. I believe he's okay. Okay, yeah. They're bringing him in for speed. At one point, they showed the players looking over the side like, is he okay? But he's okay. Whew. Which means I'm okay. I thought he was coming out for speed, and then when they looked at him, I was like, is he coming out because he banged himself up? First pitch on the way to Kevin Pillar is a check swing out of the zone for a strike. It's 0-1. So let me ask you this. I know it's just one outing.
Go for it.
Did that outing by Hoffman shake your confidence at all? Or you're just looking at it, it's a bad day?
Not at all.
Yeah.
Not at all.
That's the way I would look at it too. I just, sometimes folks get all wrapped up in their feels when it's like in the moment, right?
Of course.
The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Good pitch by Soto, high and out of the zone. Bad swing by Pillar, and it's 0-2.
Well, the other reason why I look at it that way too is because, and by default, I mean, nobody else has really proven their worth out of that bullpen, to be the best. I mean, Alvarado pitched really, really well today, and kudos to him for doing that. I still probably in like a ninth inning situation would want to go to Alvarado or Kimbrel, but I'm just saying that the best pitcher over the last 3 weeks, just overall, has really been Hoffman.
The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, and that'll end the inning. But up for your Atlanta Braves. Tie it up. We head to the top of the ninth, Braves country. 4-4 your score.
I can say that, there's been this news article about men that think that they could beat Serena Williams in tennis, right? That they think that they could actually score a point on her. And it's just not the case. She is stronger than that.
Which both Serena and Venus lost to the 203rd ranked male tennis player, which they're phenoms for women. My experience, my husband, he swam at University of Kentucky as well. In terms of accolades and in terms of national ranking, I was a much better swimmer than him. He could kick my butt any day of the week.
We must protect women's sports at all costs.
Armchair.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
Once I'm officially regional manager, my first order of business will be to demote Jim, so I will need a new number 2. My ideal choice, Jack Bauer, but he is unavailable, fictional, and qualified.
Lopez, managing the Indians in the 50s, was going to come down the home stretch using just 3 pitchers, and someone told Stengel about this, and he said, well. He said, I heard it couldn't be done, but it don't always work. He came on the bench one day. There's a fellow named Bob Serve, big, powerful hitter. And Stengel came out of the clubhouse and sat down, and Serve was sitting about 10 feet away from him, just looking out at the field. And Stengel looked over at him and said, there's not many people that know this, but one of us has been traded to Kansas City.
We go to the top of the ninth inning. We have a tie game as the Phillies and the Braves are tied 4-4. Phillies, after the series, will be taking on the New York Mets in a 4-game set. And it'll be Ranger Suarez on the mound tomorrow against Peterson for the New York Mets. And then the Braves, they go to Washington, right?
Yes, they do. They do. It's going to be a 4-game series in Washington. We are taking the game off tomorrow night and bringing you the Friday night game. Does the interest Braves Nationals was dwindling as we get closer to the postseason, especially on Thursday night football taking place.
The 1-0 pitch by Iglesias that's hit out to left field, and Castellanos flies out, just missed his 3rd home run today. Iglesias, this is not a save opportunity. It's 5-4 in 52 games with a 2.9 ERA, and hitters are batting .233 against him. So Cave is coming up, and he takes the first pitch at the knees, a changeup for a strike at 89 miles per hour. Overall, Iglesias has had a pretty good season as the closer, but this is an interesting spot that Snicker puts him in right here. The 0-1 swing and a miss goes with a fastball at 95. So he goes with a changeup, and then that fastball comes in, and that's just so deceiving.
Typically, the closer comes in for the top of the 9th inning in a tie game if you're at home. So you're not going to wait to use him in the 10th, and they haven't. And he's had a few days off, so that's the rationale.
The 0-2 on the way, swing and a miss on a high cheese fastball. And, well, the Phillies will go to their closer for the bottom of the 9th, Greg Kimbrel, as he's getting loosened up in the bullpen. But Garrett Stubbs is coming up to the plate. It'll be him against Iglesias. 5 pitches, 2 outs so far in the top of the 9th. The first pitch, that's taken at the knees for a called strike. Phillies really have I believe that they've seen like less than 30 pitches over the last 2 innings. The 0-1, that's outside and low for a ball. Actually, sorry, over the last 3 innings, which is pretty surprising.
What Iglesias, when he's hitting his spots, it's when that changeup is just nipping the bottom of the zone and drifting away on lefties.
Speaking of a changeup, he goes with the changeup that is just fouled off, so that'll make the count 1-2, and Stubbs will call for time.
And just so you're aware of it, we affectionately refer to Iglesias as eyeglasses here at Braves Country.
Eyeglasses.
So we're...
I've heard that before.
If you see the eyeglasses pop up in the chat, that's what that's about.
The 1-2 pitch that's popped up over towards the first base side. Olsen will take a glance, and it goes out of play.
Woo! That someone in the Braves dugout. It barely hit the corner. Someone, I think that was a coach, was diving away or running away from it inside. He almost got.
Man, gotta look out for those. The 1-2 on the way. Swinging a pop-up as Stubbs, not happy with himself. It's hit out towards second base, and Lopez has it, and he'll make the catch. Another 1-2-3 inning for the Braves bullpen, and we're tied 4-4 as we go to the bottom of the 9th.
That's right, folks. I just had 3 shots of Hennigan's, and I don't smell. Imagine, you can walk around drunk all day. That's Hennigan's. No smell, no tell, Scotch.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
The 4-year stretch that Craig Kimbrell had in Atlanta was the best we've ever seen a closer be. He had 4 years in a row where he got 46 saves, 52 saves, 50, and 47. He was top 5 in Cy Young in 2 of those years, top 10 in all 4 of those years. And in that 52 save year, he had a 1.01 ERA.
You guys make proclamations. You don't make predictions. You're pompous. That's why you guys.
Well, why are you listening?
Gabish?
Why are you listening?
I listen because I hate you guys.
Armchair.
If you grew up in an American League city in the 1950s, you basically hated the Yankees. This was Casey's juggernaut, which won 9 pennants in 11 years, 5 World Series in a row. There's never been dominance like it at any other time in the history of baseball. Some people criticized Stengel and said he was just a push-button manager, but he knew which buttons to push. So a wonderful thing that he had, in addition to the great stars like Mantle and Ford and Berra, he had an ability to pick up players who were seemingly at the ends of their careers, spare parts, Johnny Hopp, Enos Slaughter, players who he knew could perform one particular role, who could fit into this grand scheme that he had. And God knows it worked.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Craig Kimbrell, former Atlanta Brave, will come on to the mound to try to send this to extra innings. And he will be facing Sean Murphy, who's whittling down his bat. It would be Murphy, Harris, and Arcia. What you would love to do if you're the Braves, even if you don't score, is clear Acuna for the next inning, because it means he would be standing on second to start the 10th.
I don't want to face Acuna in this situation, though. If he has to come up, that's tough.
Acuna, we may not have a 10th inning.
Yeah, I know.
So Sean Murphy will come to the plate. If he were to get on, expect a pinch runner. Righty-righty matchup. The pitch on the way. Fastball away. It's 1-0.
The one thing that you'll recognize about Craig Kimbrell is that he is not afraid of getting pitch clock violations.
The other thing I noticed about Craig Kimbrell, ever since he left Braves country, he looks like a dirty hippie too, man. Cut that hair.
What is with you and hair?
The 1-1 pitch. Down and away, it's 2-0. I just figured I'd
I love it. I love it. I love it.
Well, it's
cool.
funny when he was in Atlanta, he always had it was almost a buzz cut.
Right.
And then you don't see him for a little while and he comes back and you're like, dude, what is going on here, man? Did you join a band or something? What's going on? The two time is called. No, pitch violation is called. So
it was
pitch timer violation is going to be an automatic ball.
Wow.
So what I like about the Philadelphia broadcast that I don't like about the Braves broadcast is that sometimes the Atlanta broadcast hides the clock, whereas Philly it's right there in front of you. The 3-0 pitch, kicks and deals, fastball right down the edge, 3-1. Now that one was kind of close too. Has Kimbrel had an issue getting used to the new time clock, or
he just doesn't care? Doesn't really care.
I guess
it's just what it is.
You know, you're like, whatever, dude. The 3-1 pitch down below the knees, ball 4. And he did call it a ball for once, and that'll send Sean Murphy down to first. We'll see if they'll run for him. You would think they probably would, as the Atlanta Braves. They will. Lucas Williams will, or as he likes to be called, Luke Williams.
Former Philly.
Luke will head first. This is where you should have seen Force Wall.
Yep.
Luke can run. Force Wall's one of the fastest guys in baseball on the base paths. So Luke will be at first. And if this game goes on, you'll have Darno grab the catcher's gear. First pitch on the way to Money Mike. And Luke Williams already takes off. He gone, baby. Stolen base. Harris took the pitch all the way, and rightfully so. Stole that bag quickly. The winning run stands on second. Man, Kimbrel didn't even look back at him. He just got a huge jump. So Williams, you know they don't have long-term plans for you when you're number 67, right?
Right.
The 0-1 pitch to Harris, swing and a miss, 96 up top. It's 0-2. He has an outside chance of being on the playoff roster just because of his speed, and he can also play all over the diamond.
Yeah, he's very versatile.
I do believe Force Wall will definitely be on the roster. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Michael Harris spit the bit on that one. He needed to at least have a productive out and get the runner over to third, but instead there's one away. Orlando Arcia, who as Snicker says this about him more than anybody else, he's got that slow heartbeat, meaning he steps up in big moments. So runner on second, one down, righty-righty matchup, pitch on the way, fastball, high and away, and there goes Mr. Williams again. He steals third with ease. And now you got to bring the infield in.
Yep.
Williams, huge jump again, and here's the thing, Philly. Now I will say this: Bohm was over there, but Stubbs didn't even look at throwing over there. The 1-0 pitch is off the plate, wide, 2-0. If he throws it over to third, the only thing he's going to get is possibly chuck it into left field.
This might be an intentional walk.
Yeah, I could see that.
Even though you have to face Acuna Jr., but
exactly. I don't know if it's wise, but they could be doing that. The 2-0 pitch, swung on and missed, 96 right down the pipe. It's 2-1.
Kimbrel absolutely needs to get a strikeout here.
All Arcia needs is a fly ball to the outfield. I don't care where it is. Ron Washington's going to send him. Infield in, the 2-1 count. Kimbrel comes set, kicks and deals, swing and a miss. It's 2-2.
Now he goes with 2 fastballs in a row. I wonder if he'll go with a third one here.
So Arcia down to his last strike, trying to find a way to punch in Williams, who stands at third. Porn stash and all. He looks like something straight out of Top Gun, doesn't he? The 2-2. Kicks and deals, swing, and fouls it back out of play. We'll do it again. Braves 4, Phillies 4. If you're listening on radio, we're in the bottom of the 9th inning. The game is on the line.
Larry said in the comment section, Williams just tripled his stolen base total.
So a 2-2 pitch. Yeah, he hasn't been up long. The 2-2 pitch swung on, foul back out of play. We'll do it again. Williams is literally brought on for it was the expanded roster in September, and for pinch running, and of course in a pinch they could put him out there in the field. So a 2-2 count to Arcia. Williams at third, representing the winning run. Kimbrel steps off the mound for a second.
Was time called? There was no signal.
Kimbrel called it the timeout. So, as pitchers get a timeout as well, or it's actually looked upon as a move. The 2-2 pitch swung on, lifted high, deep into right field. Underneath it, making the catch is Castellanos. Here comes Williams. He's going to
got him.
And he is out at the plate.
Oh, my gosh.
Castellanos, we're going to head to extra innings. That is unbelievable. Once again,
are they going to challenge it?
Out there in right field for the Phillies.
Look, you and your mom have a bad history, and neither of you can nurture the other's self-esteem because you've both been damaged by past criticism and shame. Are you okay? I'm working half days, so I watch a lot of Donahue.
Hey, football fans. The Armchair Quarterback Show is back Saturday mornings, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. A 3-hour wake-up show that'll cover it all. College football, the NFL, fantasy football, and Major League Baseball. It's the Armchair Quarterback Show, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, Saturday mornings, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks 1 YouTube channel.
Well, Memorial Day has come and gone. Tomorrow, matter of fact, is June 1st. We just showed you the NL East standings. You don't need me to tell you this, but I'm going to tell you anyway. The NL East is over. That's right. It's a wrap. No one is touching the Mets. Tweet me the hate all you want about the Jinx. Nonsense. The Mets will be National League Eastern Division champs, and I don't even think the Braves are going to challenge them. The Phils, please, you've seen them. What are you worried about, Mets fans? The Mets are only going to get better, and even if the Braves do turn it around, it will be too late. The NL East is over.
Is the NL East still over?
Well, look, I mean, yeah, the NL East is unfortunately over now. It's just the wrong team here. And I definitely owe the Braves an apology for not taking them as seriously as I should have. They are the champs until proven otherwise. And it was never really about the Braves. It was about the Mets. I believed in this Mets team. They're good for sure, but not good enough. And there are plenty of reasons why the Mets lost this division outside of this weekend. But the NL East is over, and it belongs to the Braves yet again.
Armchair.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Guess that one doesn't have a chop of it. That is unbelievable. I did not think any way
shocked.
He was going to make that throw.
I thought that maybe I thought that maybe he got in there, and I was surprised. I thought that Castellanos was just going to let it drop because I thought that it was pretty deep enough, and I didn't think he had the arm strength to do it, and he should have just let it drop. But
yeah, wow. I was about to. That was going through my mind too when I was doing the call. Was do you let the ball drop there? Because
right.
I mean, it literally took a
situation
throw. Yeah, it took a perfect throw.
So it's no balls, 1 strike to Kyle Schwarber as we start off the top of the 10th. The ghost runner at second is Marsh, or excuse me, it'll be Stubbs. And A.J. Minter comes in and he throws a strike, so the count is 1-1. If you're the Phillies in this situation, you have. And not only get 1 run, you really have to try to get as many runs as you can now because you have the top of the lineup up. The 1-1 on the way, outside for ball 2, but just a terrific play by Nick Castellanos. And that's the best thing you could have asked for because Acuna was coming up, and you couldn't have asked for anything better. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Yes, no. You're going to have Acuna leading off.
I know. Well, that's why you got to score here for sure, and not just get 1 run, but get a couple more.
Now,
But
the one thing you have in your favor is most likely they'll keep Arcia in the game. He is not a fast runner for a shortstop. He is a tortoise.
The 2-1 pitch on the way, off the plate for ball 3. So Minter was only able to find the strike zone 1 time, and the count is 3-1. Phillies, they had a 4-1 lead, and the Braves were just able to tackle on the Phillies bullpen.
All 4 pitches, cutters off the plate. Like, you got to mix that up.
The 3-1 on the way. Outside, check swing. Did he go? They say no. The third base umpire, Mike Estabrook. And we have runners over at first and second. And now I'm curious to see if Christian Pache is going to come in to pinch run for Schwarber. I guess that they're going to leave him over at first.
I would put that more on d'Arnaud than anything else. So d'Arnaud is in for Murphy behind home plate. And d'Arnaud, for whatever reason, when he's behind the plate, he likes to nibble.
Here comes Trey Turner, who swings at the first pitch, grounds it over to third. The play over to third. There's 1 to throw over to first in time, so a 5-3 double play, and there's 2 outs.
Huge.
And, oh, man, that is a rally killer.
I can tell you right now what I'm doing, but we'll see what they do. I'm walking Bryce Harper. That dude's not beating me.
That is a big rally killer. A 5-3 double play after Schwarber got on with a walk. And now Bryce Harper's coming up to the plate. So you'd much rather take your chances on Bohm. The Phillies have to score here.
I mean, Bryce Harper, I get it that it's lefty-lefty, and I get all that, and I know they're probably not going to do that. They're probably going to say, hey, we want to see what he can do because this game doesn't mean as much right now. But, yeah, that's just the way I feel about it because I've seen him beat us too many times.
The first pitch to Bryce, swinging a bouncer. It's fouled off towards the first base side. So they are going to pitch to him. Yohan Rojas will actually be pinch running over at second base for Garrett Stubbs. So that means JT Realmuto will probably come in for the bottom of the 10th. No balls, 1 strike. Minter comes set above the letters. Looks back at first and the 0-1 way up high and outside for ball 1.
Now, Bryce Harper's 2 for 13 lifetime versus A.J. Minter, so that would be the counter argument.
And he's 0 for 4 today.
What's that?
And he's also 0 for 4 today.
Oh, yeah.
As well.
But I mean, he's
I know.
Bryce Harper.
I understand he's Bryce Harper. The
Now,
1-1.
This situation, I don't hate it. I'll tell you why. Because it's not October. But in October, I hate it. I would just be cringing right now.
Yeah. Playoff scenario, yeah. So 1 ball, 2 strikes to Bryce. He's wearing his white batting gloves. Minter comes set, kicks, fires the pitch. Jack swing. He did not go, says Mike Estabrook.
And Estabrook has not been given many check swings today.
No, he didn't go around there, but you're right.
Liberal on the first base umpire today.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs in the top of the 10th. Minter comes set at the letters again. The pitch off the plate for ball 3. And that Trey Turner swing, that really was a big rally killer for the Phillies. But hopefully Harper comes through. As Bohm waits in the on-deck circle, it's a full count to Bryce. Mr. Clutch up at the plate. Can he come through here? Minter comes set and looks back over to second base, and Rojas will stay in check as he's having a little conversation with Arcia. They're sharing some laughs. Strom is getting loosened up in the bullpen, and he will pitch the bottom of the 10th inning. And oh man, Phillies have to try to get a run here. The 3-2 on the way, low for ball 4, so Harper gets on with a walk. Good at bat.
Well, now A.J. Minter's going to have to, unless they pull him, which I don't think they will. Once again, it's a different situation. In October, you'd be really looking at going after and grabbing the righty out of the pen, but I think this is I mean, honestly, I'm going to tell you what Tom Glavine would say. You still have a base open at third. And,
2 runners on, 2 outs. The first pitch that's in there for a strike. Looked a little bit off the plate, but it was at 97.
I wouldn't give in to Bohm here with the left-handed Stott standing on deck.
No balls, 1 strike in the guts of the game. We're in extra innings. Minter looks back at first, now back to second, now back to the plate. And the 0-1 up high for ball 2, and a double steal is made for the Phillies as they now have 2 runners in scoring position. Good job by Rojas to get over to third, and d'Arnaud didn't even throw it.
Yeah, there was no way. They were playing very far back, and Riley, it would have taken an acrobatic play. And like I said, there's a base open. Bohm, go grab it.
Yeah, well, they're going to intentionally walk him, and Bryson Stott's coming up. And say what you want about Stott, with the 2 strike hits that he's been able to come through, this is a big spot for him, and arguably one of his biggest at-bats this season because he's been in a slump, and he could certainly use a big hit here.
Stott jumped onto the scene with Philadelphia versus Atlanta last year. He had a big home run against Minter, but I still like the lefty-lefty matchup. I don't love walking him intentionally there. I would like to see if Bohm would have got himself out, but it is
the first pitch that's in there for a strike at the knees on the inside corner at 97 miles per hour. So Stott's 0 for 3, walked in the first inning, and has not gotten aboard today. A base hit could not only get 1 run, but possibly 2. The 0-1, swinging a line drive down the third base line. It's a fair ball. 1 run's going to come in to score. Here comes Harper. And going over to third base and stopping right there is Bohm and Bryson Stott. Man, oh man. Just punched that thing down the third base line, and the Phillies lead it 6-4.
Yeah, that was a pitch. That was a ball. It was really just a well-hit ball by Stott. It wasn't a bad pitch by AJ.
Nope.
But once again, when d'Arnaud's behind the plate, he likes to nibble. And if you're coming to the plate, you can kind of predict that.
I was a little bit worried it was going to hit Rojas at third base. And he would have been out.
I've noticed that over the last few months that when Murphy's behind the plate, they're much more aggressive.
And Marsh comes up and he takes a ball up high. Man, Bryson Stott, that is a huge base hit right there. Phillies definitely could use a couple of more runs because the Atlanta Braves, the juggernauts of the NL East and of Major League Baseball, they can certainly come through. The 1-0 upstairs for ball 2. What a game this has turned into.
At this point, I would say this is probably his last batter.
Yeah, for sure.
You can't
the
say
2-0 on the way. It's at the knees on the inside corner for a called strike. A cutter at 90 miles per hour.
You don't know Snicker, man. You can't use logic when it comes to him.
That's right. 2 balls, 1 strike.
And I go
2
back
outs.
to...
And the pitch to Marsh up high for ball 3.
I go back to, you remember me mentioning it would have been better to have Forrest Wall as the pinch runner in the 9th. And Luke Williams, he steals 2 bases, but he gets gunned down at the plate. He did not get a very good jump there. And I think Forrest Wall probably gets things a little faster and just a little better base runner all in all.
The 3-1 coming up, 20 pitches for Minter, and the pitch. Swing and a miss on a fastball right down the pipe. And the count is now full at 3-2.
It's a big second run there because you can't play in the bottom of the nor do I think they're going to. Both these teams are getting on planes after this.
Yes.
But you can't play to tie the game.
The payoff pitch to Marsh up high for ball 4, and Minter has the bases loaded again. And the Phillies still have a 6-4 lead, and the pitching coach is going to go out there to talk to him. Oh boy. This is I got to tell you, if these two teams match up together in the postseason, it's just going to be fun to watch. It really is.
warming up in the Braves bullpen, so we'll see if they're going to come get him or no. Well, if it's Kranitz, it's a good chance they're going to let him get out there and dangle again.
And now Nick Castellanos is coming up to the plate. He has 2 homers today. He just missed his 3rd homer his last time up. He seems to be swinging the bat really well, so you definitely could use more runs here if you're the Phillies. This game is definitely still within reach.
We're going to leave Minter in against Castellanos. Guys hit 2 home runs. Yeah, this is what could go wrong. Lefty-righty matchup. Guys already got 2 bombs.
He's chasing after pitches, though, so I don't know. Interesting matchup right here.
Let's give him some batting practice.
The first pitch to Castellanos, swinging a foul ball. It was out of the zone, but
he was trying to hit a 7-run home run with that swing.
Yeah, he was. So no balls, 1 strike to Nicky C, who's 2 for 4 also lifetime against AJ Minter. The bases are loaded for the Phillies. There's 2 outs in the top of the 10th. Castellanos made a heroic play as well. The 0-1, that's off the plate for ball 1. If the Phillies somehow are able to win this game, the MVP has to be Nick Castellanos for the home runs and the defense.
Oh, yeah, that's without a doubt.
1 ball, 1 strike. And the 1-1 to Nicky Castellanos. Swing and a miss. Did I just say Nicky Castellanos? Nick Castellanos. Wow. Can't believe I did that.
I just call him Clemente because
because that's what he does against you.
Slamming the ball over the place. He's spinning and gunning guys down. Any other game, Braves fans, check out a Phillies game. Nick Castellanos is tripping over his shoelaces.
Yep.
He's 1 for 22.
The 1-2 on the way. Fly ball. It's hit out to right field. It's hooking foul and just barely stays foul. Acuna could not get to it.
Yeah, they were playing him to pull. He didn't have enough time to get over there. Long way to go on that one.
Yep. Snicker still sticking to his guns.
26 pitches in this inning.
Yep.
Oof.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Castellanos has 7 career grand slams, but this season he is 3 for 17 with the bases loaded. The 1-2 on the way, swing and a miss. And Minter is able to win the battle. The Phillies do get 2 runs, though, on an opposite field double by Bryson Stott. And we go to the bottom of the 10th, 6-4 Phillies.
Our football team, some aspects look like we're really ready to play. A couple of other aspects look like we just got off Willie Nelson's tour bus.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Get the gist of what's going on here. I know what you're doing. You're looking down on us. A couple small market Midwest ball players. Just because we're not big city, just like you. Mr. New York City, Mr. National Television Star, with your Fifth Avenue ties and your crisp pocket squares, your tailored suits and your polished shoes, and your hair, your perfectly coiffed Broadway hair. Must be nice to sit atop that Madison Avenue ivory tower, looking down on us with those luscious locks. Not everyone can be the next Roger Peckinpah. You should be ashamed of yourself. You're a disgrace.
Armchair.
Before the 1934 season began, Dizzy announced that he and his younger brother Paul, whom the press insisted on calling Daffy, would together win 45 to 50 games. They did. Dizzy won 30 and Paul won 19.
Brother Jerome, better known as Dizzy. This is my brother Paul Dean, better known as Daffy. We're both full of ambition against those Tigers.
The Cardinals faced the Detroit Tigers in the 1934 World Series. In the 4th game, Dizzy Dean, running to second, was hit in the head with a ball fielded by the shortstop.
Rogel, in throwing to first, struck the Dean squarely in the forehead with the ball.
The throw knocked Dean senseless, and he was rushed to the hospital. Headlines the next day said, X-rays of Dean's head showed nothing.
Got above the century mark on the likes, the two channels combined. Appreciate everyone smashing that like. Please subscribe today. It will be Arcia at second base, and Ron Acuna Jr. leads off. Strong, southpaw, kicking and dealing. First pitch on the way. 93 up top, misses. It's 1-0.
Wow, I'm surprised that he did not go around on that check swing.
That's the first time he hasn't ranged someone up down the first base line.
I'm shocked.
Just like the other one. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and foul back out of play. It's 1-1. He didn't go around, but I am surprised because he's been ringing everybody up today.
Right. That's exactly why I'm bringing that up.
Maybe first base umpire Eric Backus has the Braves on the money line. Maybe that's what's going on.
My gosh, doing a little Pete Rose, I guess.
Maybe his run line is a little higher than the original one I saw today was 9.5. Maybe he got a little higher. The 1-1, runner on second, nobody out. Pitch on the way. Count and in, 2-1. So a 2-1 count to Ronald Acuna Jr. Standing on deck is Ozzie Albies. In the hole, Austin Riley, and if they can keep it going, Matt Olson.
No lead is safe against this team.
Matt Strom comes set. The pitch on the way. Swung on. That ball is dribbled over to second. Off of stop, but he regains the ball. Flips it over to first. And it's a 4-3 put out, 1 away.
I'm sorry, but when you hit the ball and you're Acuna and you're just jogging over to first base, even if there's an error or something, like those things it's just like those little things that really do come back to bite you.
They tell him to do that because they don't want, because of that knee injury, this has been going on all year, they don't want him re-aggravating anything. Now, come October might be different.
Yeah, I mean, for sure.
They told him to do that, so it's kind of hard to get on to him when he's being told to do it.
I'm happy that you brought that up because that is definitely very, very key for sure.
But it does drive you up the wall as a fan, trust me. So
I'm sure it does.
The 0-1 pitch to Ozzie Albies, swing and a miss up top. It's 0-2. So 2 strikes on Ozzie, runner at third, but that run does not matter. The one that matters is at the plate. Braves trail by 2, extra innings with the ghost runner rule. The 0-2, lefty righty, swing and fouls it straight back. It's 0-2.
You know what's really bizarre? The Phillies have 5 hits today, and on each of their 5 hits, they've put up a run. Like RBI single by Alec Boehm, first hit. Castellanos 2-run or solo home run. Then a 2-run home run by Castellanos, and then an RBI. I can't remember who it was.
The go-to pitch off the plate, high and wide, 1-2. The simple fact of the matter, you're the Atlanta Braves. You can't walk 10 guys and expect to win.
Right.
Elder walked 4, Minter walked. Elder walked 5, Minter 4. Yep. That's ridiculous. Beginning and the ending of the game, you can't have 9 walks. The 1-2 pitch, swung on, slapped back foul up against the screen behind home plate. We'll do it again at 1-2.
Now, do you think that the ghost runner gives the away team the advantage?
No, and I don't hate the ghost runner because it's regular season. As long as they don't take it into the postseason.
That's how I feel about it too. I do think that it does give them an advantage, though.
You watch enough of these games, you realize this season is a grind. As the 1-2 pitch is swung on, hit high, not very deep into center field. That'll score the runner. Braves have cut the lead in half, but they're now 2 away. It's 6-5 Philadelphia.
And the Phillies will certainly take that because they got the 2-run base hit, and Yohan Rojas had an opportunity to try to test his arm a little bit. Of course, if there's a runner on base, you probably would want to just make the easy cutoff throw, but that was the right situation to do that.
So the bad news is there's 2 outs. The good news is Austin Riley comes to the plate representing the tying run. Lefty-righty matchup. Time is called as Stubbs is going to go out there and have a chat with Strom. Probably something to the effect of, do you get your hair done the same place that
Brandon Marsh gets it done? His is dry.
Actually, his hair looks a little better. Like maybe he's telling him to talk to Marsh about, come on, dude, get him to clean that up.
Oh, it's so good. I love it. I love how we disagree on these things. I think that's what makes it so cool.
Misses high and outside for a ball. It's 1-0.
See, that's the thing. Like
1 for 4 with an RBI single in the 8th. The 1-0. Strom comes set, kicks and deals, high and out of the zone, 2-0.
Strom just not able to find his spots already, and with a guy like Olsen on deck, you really just want to get out of this.
So a
like
2-0
now.
count to Austin Riley. He could pitch around Riley to get to the lefty, but the lefty leads Major League Baseball in home runs. Strom comes set, kicks and deals. Swing and pops it up. Can of corn should be ending the game. It will. Stott's underneath it. He'll call fair catch, and that'll end the game. Philadelphia wins this game 6-5. A great series, a great game. And Atlanta will head to Washington. Philadelphia, you're heading home to play New York, correct?
The Mets, 4-game set against those Mets.
So a bye week.
Well, honestly, no, the Mets still do damage against the Phillies. It doesn't matter what it is, man. They are not afraid of them.
And this year?
Even still this year, Pete Alonso owns the Phillies. I'm telling you. He really does.
We did a Phillies-Mets game last year we used to do these Thursday night games of the week, and we did a Philly-Mets game last year. And you'll remember this game where the Phillies bullpen imploded beginning of the season.
Yep.
And the Mets scored like 7 or 8 runs, whatever the hell it was in the back in
in the ninth. Yep.
Yes.
We get flashbacks to that all the time.
We were doing that game. I mean, it was unbelievable. Let's go ahead and take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to do the post-game show. We're going to open up the phone lines. We will be back in a flash. Get everyone a chance to stretch their legs, get you a drink of water or something, and we'll be back in just a flash.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes 1 free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch for your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball, for the fans, by the fans.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's the Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
You're in Braves country.
Welcome back. So, all in all, pretty good series for the Phillies. I wouldn't say it was a terrible series for the Braves. We saw some things that I felt like we did want to see. We did want to get, like Jesse Chavez looked good. I think the bats woke back up after the slumber after winning the division. They finally kicked into place. What say you on your Phillies?
Well, see, I understand that people in the chat probably will disagree with me when I say this, but I come out here very, very happy. And the reason why, I actually took some positives out of this. Okay, Aaron Nola today, it seemed like he pitched eons ago. Nola overall gave me a little bit of confidence. I understand that he left out some pitches over the middle of the plate, and he got some help with the defense. But the big picture is that when you look at this from just a perspective, isn't that just how baseball is? Sometimes, like, you're going to have these foul balls. Like, that's just how the game is some of the time. It's about the results. And the fact of the matter is that you won 2 out of 3 games in Atlanta, and I think that there's something to take away from that. You know, the Braves had an opportunity to try to take this game in the bottom of the 9th. Guess what? They didn't take it. And Nick Castellanos made an excellent play out in right field. That can't go unnoticed. Bryson Stott comes up with a clutch hit. I understand Castellanos struck out with the bases loaded, but then again, he hits 2 home runs in this game. So how can you be mad at Nick Castellanos when he just put on a heroic display and he did really well? Jose Alvarado pitched really good, I thought. Just from the bullpen perspective, yes, I have question marks about where they're going to go, and I didn't trust Matt Strahm, but I felt a lot better when Bryson Stott came through and had that clutch hit. There's just, when you're going to, the best team in baseball, in my opinion, you're going to their home turf, and you take 2 out of 3 games there, and this is a team that actually ended up clinching the division on your home ground. That's a statement. And I come out with this with more positives. I really do. And that's how I feel.
Yeah, I don't think you can have any. If a Philly fan is mad at Castellanos for striking out with the bases loaded with 2 home runs and the defensive player of the game, should have his freaking skull checked. Of course, then again, are you all the ones that booed Santa Claus? So, fair enough.
Just had to bring that up.
Castellanos, he played out of it. But he always does this. He always does it. Plays out of his mind versus Atlanta. And Atlanta's just got to start realizing, when in doubt, don't test Castellanos, right? I still think a lot of it came down to be honest, it was a bad job by Snicker to burn Forrest Wall in the 9th inning with 2 outs. If it's a totally different situation, if you're burning, look, Luke Williams, I know he got the 2 stolen bases, but Wall would have stolen those bases. Wall can fly. He blew this game number of ways, but one of them, you save Forrest Wall for when you need that runner. Correct. Anybody would have scored. Hell, Ozuna probably scores on a base hit with 2 outs because you're running at the crack of the bat. It would have been a different situation if there was 1 out. They're wanting to steal third, no outs. I get that, but that was a bad job by Snicker. Sometimes you just got to tip your cap to a team that played a better game, and they got much better starting pitching than Atlanta did, and it's not even close. Elder, once again, I don't think you can trust Elder in the playoffs. A guy walks 5 guys, and we are 10 days from the postseason. 5? And it happened too much with him. He's up and down. He's a fine number 4, number 5 starter in the regular season. But playoff, a team that is heading towards World Series or bust, it's time to get Kyle Wright ready to roll.
Yeah, well, and see, that's another concern now for them, because now you're probably, if you're going to go with Fried and Strider as your number 1, number 2 punch, Morton's going to have to be your 3rd guy, by default.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, Charlie Morton's been pitching his ass off for the last month and a half.
Yes.
Charlie Morton, there's a reason why they call him Playoff Charlie. Charlie Morton's starting to hit that stride. It's the number 4 spot that the biggest question that I have, and it's a good problem to have when you're talking about the difference between Kyle Wright and Bryce Elder. We have a couple other guys we could go to, but those are the main 2 right now in the conversation. You're talking about normally that 4th game, it turns into almost a bullpen game anyways. But Kyle Wright, you get him back to anywhere close to where he was in 2022. Remember something. The Philadelphia series last year where the Braves ran out of gas, et cetera, the one guy that got the W was Kyle Wright.
That's right.
So
they did.
He pitched a gem. He went, 6 or 7 scoreless?
See, you think that the Braves ran out of gas, and I personally believe that the Phillies' home crowd, Snicker, was just not ready, and the team was not ready.
Now I'm not taking anything away from what Philly did. Philly played well, so that had a lot to do with it. There were some factors.
Yes.
Philadelphia played the series before in St. Louis. They didn't have the time off. They didn't get rusty. That's number 1. Number 2, the biggest.
But the Astros won the World Series. And yet they still had the bye. That's the thing.
But as I laid out earlier, they barely got through the first round. They didn't score hardly any runs. Remember, they went to
their pitching was still good.
The pitching was still good, but the offense was not there at all. At all. Remember they went to the 19th inning in Game 2 or Game 3 against Seattle. Houston did in the first round.
Was that the 19th inning?
Yeah, it's 18th or 19th inning of a scoreless game. So they didn't cruise through the first round. The second and the biggest factor was Max Fried lost 10 to 12 pounds just before that series.
I remember.
He was a shell of
I
his
get
former
that.
self. And then
I get that.
Spencer Strider.
He was coming back from an injury. I get it.
Had just came off the IL. So that's
Yeah,
the
I
main
remember.
factor. But the other thing that you may not be familiar with because you're in Philly world, we're in Braves world, right? They spent a lot of damn energy chasing down the Mets.
They did.
I felt like that when they finally won it, there was just like gas let out of the balloon. So all that made for a perfect storm. They're not going to have that excuse this year. This year, there's no damn reason why they should, because the Braves were the best team in baseball in 2021 at the end.
Yep.
They were the best team in the regular season at the end in 2022, but they spit the bit in the playoffs. Now, 23. And the other thing is, you don't have Freddie. You don't have Dansby. Are these guys going to step up? I think they will, but I don't want to hear the excuse this time. If we don't get it done this time, this is World Series or bust team. This is how good this team is.
That's exactly what it is.
Right?
That's exactly what it is.
Pennant.
Yep. No,
Philly,
I'm with you.
That same mindset. Philly, they played with basically house money last year, got in there, and they don't have they didn't win the division. They don't have the best record in baseball. I don't think they have the same mindset that Atlanta does, whereas you can't let this season go to waste.
You say that, but you look at the payroll of guys like Kyle Schwarber, Zach Wheeler, Nick Castellanos, Bryce Harper, JT Realmuto. Like, you say that, and you can't forget about those things because guess what? Dave Dombrowski, when he's in charge of your organization, he's not really a guy that tends to really just develop guys and start from the bottom. Now, he's done that, like with the Phillies, and he's done a really good job with it, but you're mainly about buying and getting these star players to come. Correct.
That dude does not do anything. If you don't think it's true, ask the Tigers and ask the Red Sox because their franchise have been junk ever since he left.
Oh, yes, absolutely. But, I mean, the Phillies have actually set themselves up for success now with Bryson Stott and Alec Boehm and, and Rojas and now Crawford, like coming out of the system. He's going to be a really good player too, hopefully. But I think that overall that both of these teams, the Braves have obviously the better team, just like the overall team, but I don't think that the Phillies are afraid of these guys. I'm just going to say it again and again. Like, they just, if there's anybody that can stop them, it's the Phillies. I'm not telling you that the Phillies are better than the Braves. I'm not telling you that the Phillies are going to win in the first round or the Braves' first round.
League, I'll buy that. I won't buy it for all Major League Baseball. I believe that the Braves are the best team in baseball. I believe that if they can get the starting pitching, that's the biggest question. Baltimore is the best team in the American League, but you can't fade the Astros because they've got the pedigree. They were the team that beat the Phillies. They made it to the championship against the Braves, though they didn't get it done. I'm looking more big picture. National League, the Braves should. That's why I say this is National League pennant or bust, right?
Yeah.
Because when you have the thing about baseball is it's all about getting hot, et cetera, et cetera. But if you can't at least get to the pennant with this team, it's going to be a disappointment.
And see, that's how I look at it from the Phillies' perspective too, because Larry says, in the chat, he says Braves have to win the World Series or else it's a disappointment. I don't know if I agree with that, but I will say that because the Phillies made it to the World Series last year, it's only right for them to just, keep it on the same playing field because they technically got better with Trey Turner in the offseason. So
Isn't Larry a Phillies fan though?
Larry is a Phillies fan.
Yeah, so
yes,
I take that with a grain of salt.
I don't think that the Braves. I do believe that with the way that they've been putting up so many great numbers offensively this season, they do have to. It is NL pennant or bust for them, and for the Phillies, Phillies, it's the same exact thing.
Because
And
I feel like outside
Yes.
of the Dodgers, if you're ranking ranking Major League Baseball, the top 5
Correct.
teams, 3 of them are in the American League. So, they're going to put the Dodgers in there, but from my perspective, I think the Phillies are much more dangerous because
And the Dodgers, yes.
the Dodgers
sure.
pitching, it's not there.
Well, even their hitting too, if you really want to dissect it, okay, Mookie and Freddie, I get it. I totally understand. But, since they lost Trey Turner, their offense hasn't really been consistent. And which version of Max Muncy are you going to get? That's a whole nother thing. So,
Well, to be fair, their offense does rank towards the top of baseball. So it's not like they're Punch and Judy.
no,
Marlins.
I get that. But
they've got a great lineup top to bottom. The thing about the Dodgers lineup, it's long and they work their way on base. They're going to score runs. I don't have any concerns about that. But if I'm in the betting world and I'm going to bet on a team to make it to the World Series, the Dodgers would scare the hell out of me because they're starting pitching. Because even their best pitchers are kids. And so how are they going to respond in October? Right?
I don't know.
I mean, for my money, the best pitcher left standing in that organization, right, starting pitching, is Bobby Miller. I mean, he throws flames.
He does.
Because
he does.
Kershaw is always hurt. We talked about this last night, but Urias is gone.
Yeah.
They're
banking on Walker Buehler to come back.
He's already been shut down. He's been shut down for the season.
Yeah.
So they announced that about a week or so ago. He's been shut down for the season. They tried to bring him back, but it wasn't going to work. So who are you sending out there in game 1, game 2? It's really who are you sending out there in game 3, game 4, game 5? You're going to have bullpen games. That usually doesn't work out well because the more that's the great thing about a long series in baseball. And I hate the 5-game series in baseball. I think it's trash.
I don't like the 3-game set either. I really don't.
3-game set, but in the first round, I get it. You got to get to the next round, right? You can't have these guys playing till December. But I would prefer 3-game and then let's go to the 7-game series because what happens is the better offense prevails in a 7-game series. The better overall pitching prevails because you're going to see that same reliever 2-3 times in a 7-game series and the adjustments you make.
Yes.
So, and of course, the adjustments that the pitcher makes. But
now here's my
question
for you.
Call us idiots. The number to call if you're listening on radio, 678-960-9700, 678-960-9700. I apologize. I put it on the screen, but I didn't bring it up.
Now, here's my question for you, because if the Phillies, okay, how do I frame this? If the Phillies or the Braves, okay, they're playing each other in that second round, if one of those teams, or if the Phillies don't make it out, okay, of that round, is it still a success?
For the Phillies?
Yeah. If it goes to 5 games and it's all close.
Do the Braves want to win the World Series? Because if so, you could make that argument. Now, if the Braves go knocked out in the NLCS, then the Philly fans going, what the hell, man? We couldn't even beat them, right?
Right.
But if they go on and win the World Series, what if the Braves win best of 5, cruise in the NLCS,
win get swept
in 5 or 6 games? I think the Philly fan will go, you know what? We just lost to a better team. But if you lose if you lose to the Braves in the NLDS and then get smoked, and the Braves get smoked in the NLCS, which could happen. Here's the thing. Braves and Phillies might take it all out of each other.
It could.
Meanwhile,
that's exactly correct.
The Brewers are over there just drinking a beer waiting for us to get through the next round.
I know. And the Brewers, honestly, the Brewers are a dark horse because of their pitching.
Yeah, but
oh my gosh.
I
mean, offensively, the offense is not so good, but if there's anything that I do know, good pitching does give you a little bit of an edge. But yes, you have to have offense, and who's going to answer that bell? Is it going to be Christian Yelich? Is it going to be Carlos Santana? We don't know. We have no idea. But I'm just saying that Well, don't take your eyes off of them because they could be a dark horse. And I actually wouldn't be shocked if they actually beat the Dodgers in the first round.
I will welcome the challenge. I'll put it that way. I'd much rather face the Brewers than the Dodgers.
Yes.
And anybody who says they wouldn't is lying to themselves, right? Because you'd much rather face, all right, we're going to have a tough series with the pitching of the Brewers,
Correct.
blah, blah, blah. But if we put a few runs up every game, we're probably going to win this one, right?
So then let me ask you the same question, but in vice versa. So if the Braves lose to the Phillies, right, and then the Phillies go on to win the World Series, is it still a bust season for the Braves?
It is because of how good they were in the regular season.
Okay.
It's not because
I'm with you.
they lost to the Phillies and their division rivals and they won the World Series. It's a bust because the first thing Braves fans are going to, and realize it's not all him, but the first person they're going to point at is
Snicker. That's
and then
correct.
the second person they're going to point at, and I'm telling you right now, this has become a narrative in the Braves, what do they call Braves Twitter, whatever you want to call Braves X, whatever.
Braves X.
Is that they don't believe that Alex Anthopoulos, though I will contend he's the best general manager in baseball. Alex Anthopoulos was not aggressive at the trading deadline. And when you have a team that is ready to win the World Series, I'm sorry, but you got to do more than bring Brad Hand in off the trash heap.
We criticized Dave Dombrowski for the same exact thing. Like Michael Lorenzen was a nice little piece because he could come out of your bullpen and he could, be a starting pitcher and possibly give you a little bit more depth because that's what they were able to go to the 6-man rotation. But I'm sorry, I know that a lot of other teams were looking to buy for pitchers and they're tough to come by. But if there's anything that the Phillies learned in the World Series last year, pitching goes a far, far, far way. And they had the hitting. It wasn't the fact that they really needed a bat. I wanted them to get Adam Duvall, but I also could understand the philosophy. Okay, like you have all this firepower. They just got to put it together. I'm okay with that. But then you have to try to go out there and try to get an ace because just Aaron Nola throughout this entire season has just not been even a number 2 pitcher. Like, last year he was a 1A, and he's not even a 2 or a 3 this year, just overall.
Yeah, that's one of the thing. Okay, so let me ask you this: if the Phillies don't win the World Series, right, or the Phillies don't get past the Braves, what do you think the number one reason is why? What is your biggest Achilles heel? And don't say Aaron Rodgers.
Number one, I would probably say is Aaron Nola. As weird as that sounds, they expected Aaron Nola to be a 1A, and rightfully so. And the fact that he has really struggled with runners on base just throughout the season, I mean, like that cost you probably like 6 or 7 wins, if we're being really, really honest. So I would say that he's number one, and he would probably, I'd point the finger at him. I would also say that Trey Turner, the slump for so long, even though now he's helping us win games and he's doing a lot better, when 3/4 of the season you're struggling, that hurts you offensively, and you were a liability then, along with JT Realmuto, so that's a hole in the offense. And yeah, so I would say those 2 things, and then number 3, if we're splitting the pie chart, the number 3 would have to be Rob Thompson, because the decision-making of going to different pitchers and taking pitchers out when they shouldn't be taken out, that's a whole nother thing as well that also plays an impact as well.
I don't mean to cut you off, but I can't believe that Philadelphia fans they're all over Rob Thompson. I mean, I thought he was going to get a statue in his honor because of what he did last year.
He was so great last year, and this season it's like the total opposite. I'm telling you. Now today he made some really good decisions, but he's been inconsistent as a manager, and in some ways has actually really costed the team because of him not pressing the right button. So it's
bullpen buttons.
It's bullpen, but also this thing for Christopher Sanchez, I don't understand. He's going 5 innings, You have a 2-0 lead. He has 83 pitches. He doesn't allow a hit, and yet you take him out after 5 innings on only 83 pitches. We're not even talking about 100. And the fact that the bullpen, which has been really struggling, you go to the bullpen and then they give up 4 runs. That costs the game. Like if you're in a situation where you have to win, you're not going to the bullpen. You know what I'm saying? Like that to me is not like the best mentality. But then there's been other situations where he platoons Brandon Marsh and Bryson Stott, and has them sit out like 1 game in a series. And I don't always agree with that either, because in order for them to do well against right-handed or left-handed pitching, they got to get reps. They got to be out there on the field, and they got to be playing almost every day. Of course, if they can take an off day like once in a while, or if they're struggling. But then the other thing as well is that Trey Turner, when he was in that slump and he was like 3 for 40, he was still batting number 2 for that long.
Let me ask you this. With the whole Sanchez thing, okay?
Yes.
Because I see that Larry says that it won't let Sanchez go beyond 80 pitches.
He doesn't.
Do you know if there's so is there some kind of analytics thing that's saying that once he goes through the lineup the 3rd time, is that what's getting him pulled, or is he coming off a major
That's
injury?
exactly what it is. He's not coming off of an injury. It's just all analytics, and
so he's getting pressure from above saying, "Hey, this is what we need to do."
Correct.
Okay. Gotcha.
Last year it was more about feel.
Yeah.
And this year it's more about analytics. And
now,
that I think is the difference.
What changed in the front office?
What'd you say? I'm sorry.
What changed in the front office to go from gut feeling
Nothing.
last year to go by the books this year?
Nothing that the public knows about.
Because I will say
they didn't really. Yes.
Because I hate analytics. In 2021, just before halfway through the season, the Atlanta Braves decided to run the Atlanta Braves decided to run the analytics team and change the way they did everything, mainly defensively. This before you banned the shift, right?
Right.
And before that, the Braves would play it. It was very, gut feeling. Okay, this guy, that kind of stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
In 2021, midway through the season, when they took off, they then became, I forget the date, but there was a date where they became the number 1 team in baseball that used the highest percentage in the shift. And then also they took the lineup out of Snicker's hand and they went straight down the book on analytics. This is your lineup. Post it. I don't want to hear, no, but what about this? No.
I'm going to keep banging this drum. Analytics are nice, but if you're preaching analytics like it's the Bible and you're using it for almost every single move and you're not relying on the eye test, the eye test always wins. I don't care what they say. And that's exactly why, Snicker keeping in Raisel Iglesias against Bryce Harper, the second time around, and a guy that hits 3 homers against him and he's getting rocked against him. I understand that you want to put him in high leverage situations, but, how does he look out there? Is he keeping pitches up in the zone? What's the approach? Does he look stressed?
If you ask me
those types of things.
You asked me what our biggest Achilles heel is going into the playoffs that I'm most concerned about.
Yes.
Is the bullpen from the left side.
Yes.
Because we thought we were going to have Dylan Lee. That's not happening. We thought that they would go after another lefty along with AJ Minter. That didn't happen. So now we're going to go into the postseason. And then we're going to have some good righties. Nick Anderson's on his way back. Jesse Chavez, we saw him today. But
good outing from him. Good outing from him.
My biggest concern is we get to the playoffs. Who the hell's coming out of the bullpen from the left side other than AJ Minter? And Brad Hand, when you put him in, you gotta pick your spot because you can't put him in against everybody. So that's
correct.
We're coming up at the top of the hour. If you're listening on 99.1 FM WQEE, The Once Upon a Pastime is coming up. I believe today we're doing the Boston Braves. What is your walk-off, sir?
My walk-off is I come out with more positives for the Phillies than probably most fans do. I'm really proud of how this team was able to battle and how they were able to just get the win. At this point, you got to win the games. You got to clinch the number 1 wild card spot, and I'll take it.
All right, brother. Well, we will see you next time. We'll figure out our broadcast schedule, but I would say good luck to your Phillies, but that would be disingenuous from Braves country. But
I did want to say one thing really, really quickly. Thank you so much for doing this, and thank you again for reaching out to me. You know, my viewers and my subscribers definitely loved this, and I certainly did have a blast doing this with you.
Anytime you want to come back, you just let me know, and hopefully we see you in October. And
sounds good.
We'll have some real fun with that.
Oh, that's going to be great. All right. Bye, Mac.
Have a great one.
You too.
Goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same back time, same back channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country Baseball. With Mac Magee, we're proud to bring you year number 3. Braves Country Baseball comes your way Tuesdays and Friday nights and 2 more bonus games for a total of 4 games a week. You can also catch Braves Country, our daily sports talk show. We go live 3 to 5, 99.1 FM WQEE, Metro Atlanta. Other CBS, ESPN, and independent affiliates nationwide, and simulcast on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Find Braves Country HD today wherever you stream. Your first choice for Southern sports and the deepest bench in sports talk.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another